All right. All right.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 2 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 16th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will contain my complete orders in your case. It will also contain the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. All right, I now need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, we are going to go ahead and start this morning with Brianna Neely, please. And then we're going to go to Ryan Ogburn. All right, Ms. Neely, go ahead, state your name.
Brianna Neely.
And Ms. Neely, what is your date of birth?
05/29/1993.
Thank you. And Mr. Hill, will you make your appearance on behalf of Ms. Neely?
Yes, Your Honor. Sam Hill appearing virtually for Ms. Neely, who is present in the courtroom.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Ms. Neely, actually, let me back up, do a little housekeeping with Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, I am noticing that this is a limited appearance on behalf of Ms. Neely. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the intent is for the notice of appearance to extend just for today's initial appearance.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and appoint her an attorney then, although as you and Ms. Neely know, she is free to retain an attorney at her own expense if she would like. All right, ma'am. You are here because you were arrested on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. Mr. Hill, based upon the information in the Form 4, I am inclined to find probable cause for that violation. Would you like to be heard on probable cause before I make a probable cause finding?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would like to point out the probable cause statement. From reading it, it does contain one side of the story. This alleged offense happened on April 5th, so 9 days ago. You can see the police never took down Brianna's statement. Brianna and I did a self-surrender yesterday. I advised her not to make any statements to police, so it is just from the alleged victim's perspective. From Brianna's and I's conversations, it sounds like the two named alleged victims were antagonizing Brianna all day. One of the people did not live at the house that Brianna was staying at. She described that they were being physical towards her so much so that she did not feel safe in the house that she was in and had to leave. When she did leave, she noticed that her money was being spent. She left her phone in the house. She saw these charges were being made to the card, so she returns to the house. She confronts these two alleged victims. Another fight ensues, so she describes any actions thereafter. She was defending herself. But I see, Judge, where you're finding the probable cause there. But Brianna's side of the story is not at all within this probable cause statement.
All right, and Mr. Hill, I do acknowledge that the probable cause statement does not include a statement by Ms. Neely. However, based upon the information in the Form 4 that alleges that Ms. Neely swung a machete at a victim, causing an enlarged laceration on the victim's forearm. Do you have any further argument, Mr. Hill? I didn't mean to cut you off if I did.
No, Judge, and then I guess just continuing that further, it looks like the other victim, I don't see lacerations to her. It does look like scratches, but yeah, other than that, I don't have much to add beyond in terms of probable cause, but I would like to be heard on release conditions.
Of course. All right, so based upon the information contained in the Form 4, I am going to go ahead and find probable cause for the violation charged. As I mentioned previously, acknowledging Mr. Hill's limited representation or limited notice of appearance, and in this matter, I'm going to go ahead and appoint you an attorney. As I mentioned previously, you are free to retain an attorney at your own expense if you choose. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 and April 24th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I must now consider and decide conditions of release, including bond. Mr. Hill, as you are probably aware, or should be aware, the state has filed a written recommendation in this case requesting bond in the amount of $75,000 cash along with electronic monitoring. And you previously said you would like to be heard on release conditions, and I would like to hear from you at this point.
I appreciate that, Judge. And I wasn't in receipt of the state's recommendation, so I do appreciate you making me aware of that.
Of course.
I just, when I'm going through the Form 4, I was noticing some things that were jumping out that maybe, that the state's understanding of the case has caused the recommendation to be higher than I would recommend. For example, when we get into where the state is listing out priors, when I was running a check on Brianna, I do see that they are correct. There's a conviction for DUI, but I don't see any conviction for disorderly conduct fighting. I do see that there was a disorderly conduct case in Miss Neely's past, but that was ultimately dismissed on a motion of the prosecutor. So do you think it's unfair to consider a disorderly conduct prior when considering her release conditions for today? Furthermore, I would like to emphasize how Brianna did self-surrender, right? That was a tough decision, but it does show that she is compliant. She did retain our firm for this pre-charge and for this initial appearance, so that shows that she's engaged in taking it seriously and has made financial investment into her defense, which tends to show that she is not a flight risk. She is engaged with this case. I will emphasize, so I think that a major concern is that one of the alleged victims, Miss Neely and one of the alleged victims were living together. Miss Neely, well, actually, because of this incident, both of them are being evicted from that property. So Miss Neely's not going to be living there, and she's already made accommodations to live with a family member. So the victims are all going to be apart. The other victim, who Miss Neely was not living with, Miss Neely really doesn't have a relationship with that person. She describes it as like an acquaintance that she had just really only met that day of the offense. So in terms of victim safety, Miss Neely is going to be far apart from these people, and she's also fearful of these people. We were discussing orders of protection for herself. So yeah, in terms of risk to the victim, I don't see that being a problem. In terms of risk to the community, this seems like this was a very personal thing between these people. It doesn't, to me, this offense doesn't indicate that there's going to be any random violence toward people in the community. Miss Neely does have a full-time job that she works, so she wants to be able to keep doing that, especially as she's going to be working and spending money on fighting this case. And yeah, I don't see any prior felony convictions here. So we would ask that she is released to pretrial services. If the court feels it is necessary to post a bond in this case, we would ask for a significant reduction from the 75,000, placing that closer in the neighborhood of 10,000.
All right. All right, thank you for your argument, Mr. Hill. All right, in view of the information in the Form 4 concerning Miss Neely swinging the machete at, allegedly swinging a machete at multiple people and striking one person, I am of the opinion that Miss Neely does in fact constitute a threat to the victim and to the victims and to the community. I am going to go ahead and set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000. In the event that Ms. Neely is able to post that bond and secure her release, she would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. She's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. She may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim or go to the alleged victim's residence, even if she is an owner or renter of the residence. And I am unsure from Mr. Hill's statement about the current situation with your living situation, Ms. Neely, but if you currently reside with any alleged victim, you're going to need to find an alternative residence. All right. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. You're going to need to obey the terms of any order of protection or injunction against harassment that has been issued or may be issued. All right. Anything further from you, Mr. Hill?
Yes, Judge, one more thing that I forgot. Because of the nature of the victims and the living arrangement and having to move out, Ms. Neely raised the concern that there's a lot of possessions within her house that she has to get, social security card, important documents.
Okay.
Can we put on the release order the opportunity for her to do a civil standby so that she can go retrieve those items?
Absolutely. And I will go ahead and I am adding that. I'm adding that to the order and re-signing it. So we are going to go ahead and need to reprint it. Again, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's not. I'm sorry, Judge.
No. All right. So I am putting a provision in here, Ms. Neely, that you are allowed one civil standby with law enforcement to collect any essential belongings. Okay. And Mr. Hill, you'll explain to Ms. Neely what that entails.
Yeah, we've talked about that, and I'll make sure that she understands.
Okay. All right, perfect. Well, with that, Mr. Hill, anything further from you?
No, thanks. If I could just take this opportunity. Brianna, when you get the opportunity, could you please give me a call?
Yes. I'm gonna need your number again because they took the paper where I wrote your number down. They put it with my phone, so they confiscated it. They didn't leave it with me. Okay. Officer, Mr. Hill, if you want to, if you're comfortable, you certainly don't have to. Officer has a pen right there, and he has her release paperwork. He will write that down for her if you want to provide that information now. If you are uncomfortable doing that because this is public, I certainly understand, and you and Ms. Neely can work out a different way to get that information to her.
I appreciate the court accommodating me, and I'll share my number. My office number is 602-715-0908.
Do you need that repeated, officer?
No.
All right, we are good. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Hill. I appreciate your appearance.
I appreciate you. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Neely, go ahead, step left. All right, Ryan Ogburn, please, and then Eric Berto Campa. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Ryan Ogburn,
And Mr. Ogburn, what is your date of birth?
7/30/92.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were, I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm sorry. Because the Maricopa County Superior Court and the grand jury in Maricopa County issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that on or about November 12th to 25, you committed the offense of fraudulent use of a credit card, a Class 6 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 23rd at 8:30 and April 23rd at 1:30 p.m., both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in your case, CR 2025-106640, on the date of offense for this charge in the grand jury matter, I am holding you non-bondable this morning.
I already have an attorney that's running all these matters concurrent, and
Okay.
I'm getting a global plea, but I was just trying to figure out, like, because my other court date's like 60 days out, so, like, I mean, will my attorney still be, like, the same, or can you make that, like, all the same, or the 23rd's kind of close, you know? I've been page 2'd like 8 times on this.
Okay,
so.
and I did hear what you said. Based upon what I'm able to do at this initial appearance hearing, I don't select unless you have private representation, or an attorney tells me I am representing this person from here on out, or just for purposes of this initial hearing. I can't pick a particular attorney for you.
Okay.
So I just indicate that I am appointing an attorney for you.
Understood.
All right. I also have no control over that hearing on April 23rd. I am required, when I am holding you non-bondable, to get a hearing set within a certain amount of time. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to leave those hearings set, and yeah, you will be here in custody, so you will be transported, so you won't miss it. All right. Go ahead, step left. Eric Berto Campos, please. Campa, I apologize. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Eric Bertol, Gonzalez Campa,
And Mr. Gonzalez Campa, what is your date of birth?
April 28, 1998.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maryville Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in their matter. That failure to appear warrant was issued on July 26th of 23, and the underlying charge in that matter is exceeding 85 miles per hour, which offense was allegedly committed on or about April 10th of 2020. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney for limited representation regarding the bond issue, only because I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in that Maryville Justice Court matter. I'm also setting a hearing on April 21st at 8:30 in the Maryville Justice Court. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your matter, CR 2023-119615. In that matter, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed for you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. You can always retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in this 23 matter in the amount of $500. Now, finally, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about December 18th of 2024, you committed the following offenses: 2 counts of aggravated driving or actual physical control while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, both Class 4 felonies, and 1 count of possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 3 hearings in your case. The first on April 22nd at 8:30, the next one on April 23rd at 1:30 p.m., and the last one on April 24th at 8:30. All of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in your 23 case, that's CR 2023-119615, on the date of offense for the charges in the direct complaint matter, I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. All right, Christian Vasquez, please. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Christian Vasquez,
And Mr. Vasquez, what is your date of birth?
3/31/1997.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here on 2 matters. You are here, we'll talk about your existing case first, and we'll talk about your new charges. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon the violations of conditions of release in your case CR 2025-007319. In that matter, the court should already have made a decision about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed for you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting a hearing on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $50,000. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony, kidnapping, a Class 3 felony, and possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30, April 23rd at 1:30 p.m., and April 24th at 8:30. All of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in your case CR 2025-007319 on the date of offense for your new charges, I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges. All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork. Dayati Golston, please. And then Billy Harper. All right, Mr. Golston, go ahead, state your name.
I'm Sean Odie Golston.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's Sean Odie Golston.
And Mr. Golston, what is your date of birth?
1879.
All right, can you say it a little louder?
1879.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your case CR 2026-100792. In that matter, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed for you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 and April 24th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In this matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, tampering with physical evidence, a Class 6 felony, obstruction, refusing to give true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and possession of a shopping cart off of premises, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30, April 23rd at 1:30 p.m., April 24th at 8:30. All of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because you were on release in your case CR 2026-100792 on the date of offense for your new felony charges, I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges. All right, sir, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork. Billy Harper, please, and then Anna Villegas. All right, Mr. Harper, go ahead, state your name.
I'm Billy Harper.
And Mr. Harper, what is your date of birth?
05/28/1972.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of robbery, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 and April 24th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. All right, go ahead, step to the left. All right, Anna Villegas, please, and then Arlo Charlie. All right, Ms. Villegas, go ahead, state your name.
Ana Villegas,
And Ms. Villegas, what is your date of birth?
October 23rd, 1987.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. You are here because you were arrested on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony, and assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings in the Maricopa County Superior Court on April 22nd at 8:30 and April 24th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your Maricopa County matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including electronic monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. You're also going to need to obey the terms of any order of protection or injunction against harassment that has been issued or may be issued. Now, you are also here because as part of the incident, you were arrested on charges of disorderly conduct fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and assault, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Again, I did find probable cause for those. And this portion of your matter will be set in Buckeye Municipal Court. In the Buckeye Municipal Court matter, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing for limited representation regarding the bond issue only, because I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond in that matter. I'm also setting a hearing on April 22nd at 1 p.m. in the Buckeye Municipal Court. As with the previous case, you're not to, or as with the Maricopa case, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. All right. In this case as well, you're going to need to obey the terms of any order of protection or injunction against harassment that has been issued or may be issued. All right. Go ahead. Step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Arlo Charlie, please, and then Freddie Ortega. All right, go ahead, state your name.
Arlo Charlie,
And Mr. Charlie, what is your date of birth?
7/13/76.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in your case CR 2025-119578. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Also setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $1,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions consistent with your probation. Which brings me to, you are currently on intensive probation services. So in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Freddie Ortega, please. And then Anthony Flores.
Hi.
Hi. All right, Mr. Ortega, go ahead, state your name.
Freddie Ortega,
And Mr. Ortega, what is your date of birth?
06/26/90.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the family court in Maricopa County issued a warrant for your arrest in a child support matter. In that matter, because this matter is civil in nature, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may of course retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on April 21st at 10 a.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I am also setting a cash purge amount in the amount of $1,000 consistent with that warrant. Now, I do see that you do have a bail receipt here indicating that you did pay that $1,000.
Yes.
All right. So in view of that, I'm just going to remind you, you do have that hearing on April 21st
Yes.
at 10 a.m. Okay?
Yes,
Make
ma'am.
sure you go.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Step to left. Officer has your paperwork. Anthony Flores, please, and then David Slaughter. All right, Mr. Flores, go ahead, state your name.
Anthony Francisco Flores,
And Mr. Flores, what is your date of birth?
2479.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court, actually, you are here because you are currently on probation in your case, CR 2024-131060. In that matter, a page 2 has been filed based upon allegations that you violated the terms of your condition, terms 1, 3, 4, and 5 of your probation based upon the allegations in Glendale City case number CM 2024-012607. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Also setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to go to those hearings on the 22nd. If you are still in custody on the 22nd, you will be transported for those hearings, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. David Slaughter, please, and then David Womack. All right, Mr. Slaughter, go ahead, state your name.
David Wayne Slaughter,
And Mr. Slaughter, what is your date of birth?
3/16 of 1979.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on charges of trafficking in stolen property in the first degree, a Class 2 felony, and shoplifting with an artifice, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 3rd at 8:30 and April 5th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
What's that?
Will you go to those?
Yeah.
Okay, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. Now, you do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness. Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Full release conditions are in your paperwork. All right, David Womack and then Jermaine Alphas. And then Jason Volt. All right, Mr. Womack, go ahead, state your name.
Dave Womack,
And Mr. Womack, what is your date of birth?
10/15/62.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Womack, you are here on 3 matters. We're going to talk about your new charges first, and then we'll talk about your probation cases. You're leaning forward like you might be having problems hearing me. Are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of transporting and or selling dangerous drugs, a class 2 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yeah.
And based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Now, you are also here because you are currently on probation. In your case, is CR 2025-135481 and CR 2025-131160. In both of those cases, your new charges for which you were arrested yesterday would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation in each of those probation cases. In each of those probation cases, I am appointing you an attorney, and in each of those probation cases, I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Okay.
Will you go to those?
I will. That absolutely. You bet.
All right. Then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you and your own recognizance
Thank you, ma'am.
in those cases as well.
Yes.
Now, it's important to note that you are on probation,
Yes.
which means that you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
I'll do that as soon as I leave here. I will.
Okay. Sounds like you got a plan.
Yes.
All right. Officer has your paperwork
All right.
with your court dates and times. Thank you, sir. All right. Jason Volz, please, and then Jermaine Alphas. All right, Mr. Volz, go ahead, state your name.
Jason Volz,
And Mr. Volz, what is your date of birth?
February 18th, 1984.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in your case CR 2023-140211. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, a warrant may issue for your arrest, okay?
I understand.
All right, go ahead, step to left. Oh, and I should say, sir, you are on probation, so you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Don't forget.
As soon as I get out.
Okay, perfect. Jermaine Alphas, please, and then Raimundo Gillian.
Hello. Jermaine Alphas, August 8th, 1996.
Thank you, sir. All right, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of transporting and or selling dangerous drugs, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, a warrant may issue for your arrest. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Okay.
All right, now you are also here because you are currently on probation. In your case, CR 2026-105018. In that matter, your new charges for which you were arrested yesterday would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation of your existing probation case. In your probation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, and based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to your hearings. If you don't go to your hearings, a warrant may issue for your arrest. Now, you are on probation, which means you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to left. The officer has your paperwork.
Thank you.
All right, Raimundo Gillian, and then Jonathan Farnell. Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name.
Raimundo Guillen.
And what is your date of birth?
2769.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because the White Tank Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a post-adjudication failure to pay warrant. and it is dated February 20th of 2024. It is based on, it looks like the underlying charge is hold on, I have a bad copy, a July 2006 charge of driving with a suspended or revoked license. In that matter, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 5th at 9:30 in the White Tank Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to that hearing, or warrants may issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Jonathan Farnell, please, and then Julia Martinez. All right, Mr. Farnell, go ahead, state your name.
Jonathan Farnell,
Mr. Farnell, what is your date of birth?
8/20/1962.
All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of transporting and or selling dangerous drugs, a Class 2 felony, and possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and April 4th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Absolutely.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, okay? All right, now you are also here because you are currently on probation in your case CR 2024-132022. In that matter, your new charges for which you were arrested yesterday would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation of your existing probation. In your probation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Of course, sir.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance in this matter as well. Now, you are on probation, which means you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
Okay.
All right, make sure you go to your hearings, because if you don't, warrants may issue for your arrest, all right?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officers have your paperwork.
Should I call my probation officer right when I get out?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Mm-hmm. Julia Martinez and then Sapphire Ramirez.
Martinez.
All right, Ms. Martinez, go ahead, state your name.
Julia Martinez,
And Ms. Martinez, what is your date of birth?
6/22/67.
All right, ma'am, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in your case, CR 2024-158936. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to that hearing. If you don't go to that hearing, a warrant may issue for your arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the other thing you need to do is contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork.
Thank you.
Sapphire Ramirez, please. All right, Ms. Ramirez, go ahead, state your name.
Sapphire Ramirez.
And Ms. Ramirez, what is your date of birth?
It's 8/8/86.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the second degree, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Based on the nature of those charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 6th at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and no alcohol. All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork. All right, Shelby Bracey, please.
Everybody else, Thursday, court class.
All right, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name.
Shelby Bracey,
And Ms. Bracey, what is your date of birth?
11/02/98.
Thank you. All right. A warrant for your arrest has been issued by the state of Idaho. That state wants you back on its warrant. Before court, you were given some paperwork on a big white laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Idaho. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to Idaho within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states, that's Arizona and Idaho, before you are sent back to Idaho. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for Idaho to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your hearing for April 27th at 1:30 p.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You are entitled to bail, which in this case would be a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. If you are unable to post your bail, you would be held in custody during that time or until another judge modifies your bail. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to Idaho. That process could take up to 90 days. So at this point, you can make a choice about whether or not you want to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be held non-bondable here in Maricopa County jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for Idaho to come for you, or whether you want to go forward with that extradition hearing on April 27th and start the governor's warrant process going.
Okay.
What would you like? And I'm also going to say this is a lot of information. You will be offered this choice again if you want to think about it. You will be offered this choice again on April 27th at 1:30 at the extradition hearing.
Can I think about it?
Yeah. All right. So I understand you do not want to sign the paperwork at this time. Your bond is set in the amount of, in a cash-only appearance bond amount of $20,000. You will have a hearing in extradition court on April 27th at 1:30 p.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, where the judge will go through these options again. If you post bond, you make sure you attend all court dates or a warrant will issue for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
All right, you probably need to print your paperwork, so if you want to have a seat, we'll get that brought right out to you, okay? All right. We have 3 house calls this evening. Our first house call is Joel Papalogny. His date of birth is December 19th of 1995. Joel is here or before this court because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for his arrest. Hold on. Actually, that's not. He is here because he is currently on probation, in his case, CR 2023-136355. In that matter, a page 2 has been filed alleging a term 1 violation based upon an assault charge. In that matter, I am appointing him an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. And I should have mentioned that Joel is unable to be with us this morning because he is in close custody. All right. Our next house call is Sergio Sainz. Mr. Sainz' date of birth is January 26th of 1988. Mr. Sainz is not able to be with us this morning because he is currently a danger to self. Mr. Sainz is here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of transporting and or selling dangerous drugs, a Class 2 felony, and selling drugs in a drug-free zone, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Hold on. All right. My intention at this time is to release Mr. Sainz on his own recognizance. All right, our last house call is Johnny Dykes. Mr. Dykes' date of birth is December 29th of 1993. Mr. Dykes is not able to be with us because he is disruptive and unable to follow orders. All right. Mr. Dykes is here because he was arrested yesterday on charges of assault, Class 3 misdemeanor, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and disorderly conduct fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. My intention at this time is to release Mr. Dykes to pretrial services. If anything changes after I talk to any of the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those cases. And we are going to, hold on. All right, I'm going to go ahead and amend my order, or I'm going to change the release conditions in Mr. Dykes' matter. I should have added electronic monitoring, so I'm going to do that now. All right, in Mr. Dykes' case, I am going to go ahead and order release him to supervised release with electronic monitoring. All right, again, if anything changes after I talk to the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those cases. And that does, in fact, bring us to the end of our 2 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and we are off the record.
sir, we're doing good. All right.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 16th of 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will contain my complete orders in your case. It will also contain the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. I now need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right. We are going to go ahead and start this evening with Isidro Curiel, please, and then Jason Turner. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Isidro Correal,
And Mr. Curiel, what is your date of birth?
02/13/75.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about June 18th of 25, you committed the offense of aggravated driving or actual physical control while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs. There's 2 counts of that, both class 4 felonies. In that matter, based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 and April 24th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to that direct complaint warrant, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including the requirements that you not consume any drugs without a valid prescription and no alcohol. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a second warrant for your arrest. This one is also a direct complaint matter. This direct complaint is based upon allegations that on or about August 7th of 25, you committed the offense of possession or use of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. In this matter, I am appointing you an attorney. I'm sorry, I'm going to back that up. In this matter, again, based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You can, of course, as in the previous case, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
I can't afford it, Your Honor. I don't have a job.
Okay. So the information that I'm basing this information or my decision upon the information that you provided to pretrial services. If that is incorrect, you'll be able to address it at your next hearing on the 22nd, okay? All right, I am setting hearings on the 22nd at 8:30 and the 24th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the second direct complaint matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probations in your cases CR 2023-147643 and CR 2022-144966. In both of those matters, again, based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You can, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. In your probation matters, I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In each of your 2 probation cases, I am setting a secured appearance bond of $400 in each case. Now, in the event you are able to post all of your bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you are on probation, so you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You would also need to make sure that you go to all of your hearings. All right, that's 4 cases. That is a lot of information, but the officer, if you'll step to your left, has paperwork for you for all 4 cases, okay? All right, thank you. Jason Turner, please, and then Deja Travis. All right, Mr. Turner, go ahead, state your name.
Jason Turner, 12/26/1980.
Thank you. And give me just a second. All right, sir. Did they give you a big white laminated card? All right, let's go ahead and talk about that. All right. And you told me your date of birth was 12/26/80, right?
Yes.
All right, sir. All right. A warrant for your arrest has been issued by the state of New Jersey. Before court, New Jersey wants you back on this warrant. Before court, you were given some paperwork to read on a big white laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes.
All right. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of New Jersey. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to New Jersey within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states, that's Arizona and New Jersey, before you are sent back to the state of New Jersey. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for New Jersey to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. I cannot appoint. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your hearing for April 27th at 1:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You are entitled to bail, which in this case would be in the amount of a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. If you are unable to post your bail, you would be held in custody during that time or until another judge modifies your bail. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states, New Jersey and Arizona, is required to extradite you to New Jersey. That process could take up to 90 days. So at this point, you can make a decision or to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be held non-bondable here in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow New Jersey time to come for you. You can retain that hearing on April 27th, that extradition hearing on April 27th at 1:30 and move forward with the governor's warrant process, or it's a lot of information. You can decide to wait because you'll be offered these options again if you proceed with the extradition hearing on April 27th.
No, I'll waive it.
You waive it? Okay. All right, I understand at this time you do want to sign the waiver of extradition. I need to ask you some questions as I am making a record of this proceeding. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork? Do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned to New Jersey?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail, which in this case would be a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $20,000?
Yes.
Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
I just want to give them the 30 days. Give New Jersey the 30 days to come get me.
Okay. So do you want to give up your right and sign your right to an extradition hearing and sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
Okay. I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I am also signing it. I am directing the sheriff's office to notify New Jersey that you are ready to return. New Jersey will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that Arizona case. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. All right, let me update my information, and then it will be your turn.
Oh, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
I was locked up since yesterday. So today and tomorrow, I mean, yesterday and today don't add up to the
Okay.
day?
The 30 days will start tomorrow.
Oh, okay, only when I see the judge, after I see the judge, basically, right?
And then the date, yes, so, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, I have signed my portion. So you need to come on up, Mr. Turner.
Oh, move it off. Good.
All right. It's going to take us just a minute to get that printed. So if you want to go ahead, have a seat, we'll get it brought out to you, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Deja Travis, please, and then Michael Pilgrim. All right, Ms. Travis, go ahead, state your name.
Deja Travis,
And Ms. Travis, what is your date of birth?
5497.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your matter CR 2024-006315. In that matter, the court has already made a determination about whether or not you are entitled, or should have already made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed for you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting a hearing on April 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And Mel, we do need to reprint Ms. Travis's paperwork. I am setting a hearing on April 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to make sure you go to that hearing on April 23rd at 8:30. Otherwise, an additional warrant may issue for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
All right, ma'am. Go ahead. We need to reprint your paperwork. If you go ahead, have a seat, we'll get it brought out to you, okay?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding. Sorry.
Yes,
so
of course.
basically, I could go home today if I had $2,000.
So it is a secured appearance bond. So you can work with a bond company in order to post that bond. Most bond companies charge about 10%.
Okay.
Okay. Officers will have more information about that for you if you have questions, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. Go ahead, have a seat. We'll get your paperwork brought up. All right, Michael Pilgrim, please, and then Marcus Ortega. All right, Mr. Pilgrim, go ahead, state your name.
Michael Pilgrim,
And Mr. Pilgrim, what is your date of birth?
4866.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about January 5th of 2026, you committed the offenses of possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I know, no one notified me to be at this hearing that they locked me up for. I didn't even know.
Okay. All right. So then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Go ahead. Step to the left. Officer has your paperwork.
Thank you.
Marcus Ortega, please, and then Stephanie Gutierrez. All right, Mr. Ortega, go ahead, state your name.
Marcus Ortega,
And Mr. Ortega, what is your date of birth?
March 14, 1989.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
And then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. In your case, they're also going to do electronic monitoring. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you're not to have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness, okay?
Yes.
All right, full release conditions are in your paperwork, which your officer will have for you if you go ahead and step to the left.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. Stephanie Gutierrez, please, and then Edward Austin. All right, Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead and state your name.
Stephanie Gutierrez,
And Ms. Gutierrez, what is your date of birth?
11/13/72.
Thank you. All right, and you are here because you were arrested on charges of shoplifting, 2 counts of shoplifting, Class 4 felonies. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. In your case, pretrial services is going to also do electronic monitoring.
Okay.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness. You're also not to have any contact with any co-defendant, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork.
Thank you.
Edward Austin, please, and then Jesse Olson. Good morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name.
Edward Austin,
And Mr. Austin, what is your date of birth?
12/1964.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because you were arrested on 3 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felonies. Based upon, I did find probable cause for those. Based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You can, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. In your case, they're also going to do electronic monitoring. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Jesse Olson, please, and then Melissa Alvarez. All right, Mr. Olson, go ahead, state your name.
Jesse Olson,
Mr. Olson, what is your date of birth?
10/15/86.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of taking identity of another A-Class 4 felony and theft of or control of a credit card A-Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning to pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. All right, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. Now, you are also here because the Goodyear Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a pre-adjudication warrant dated September 7th of 21. The underlying charge here is driving with a suspended or revoked license. In this matter, due to the nature of that charge, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 6th at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you on your own recognizance in that matter this morning. All right, now you are also here because the Moon Valley Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest.
Oh, okay.
This is a post-adjudication warrant, and it is dated December 9th of 21. The underlying charge here is a June 29th of 2019 charge of driving with a suspended or revoked license. In that matter, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, again, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 5th at 10 a.m. in the Moon Valley Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
All right, and I may have misspoken. This Moon Valley Justice Court matter is a post-adjudication failure to pay or failure to comply with court orders warrant. So, all right, based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance in this matter as well. Now, you do need to make sure you go to all your hearings. If you don't, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Melissa Alvarez, please, and then Daniel Hand. All right, Ms. Alvarez, go ahead, state your name.
Melissa Alvarez.
And Ms. Alvarez, what is your date of birth?
March 29, 1988.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. Now, you are also here because the Encanto Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a failure to appear warrant, and it is dated September 17th of 25. The underlying charge here is a July 30th of 25 charge of driving with a suspended or revoked license. In this matter, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on April 30th at 1:30 p.m. in the Encanto Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to go to those hearings. If you don't go to your hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer has your paperwork. Daniel Hand, please, and then Jose Alaman Roman. All right, Mr. Hand, go ahead, state your name.
Daniel Hand,
And Mr. Hand, what is your date of birth?
10/7/67.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you in this matter on your own recognizance. You do need to go to your hearings. If you don't go to your hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest. You're also not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, full release conditions are in your paperwork, which your officer will have for you. If you go ahead, step left.
Thank you.
Jose Alaman Roman, please. And then Rachel Sanders. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name.
Jose Alaman Roman,
And what is your date of birth?
March 27, 2003.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because you were arrested on charges of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony. I did find, wait, hold on just a second. Let me back up.
It was for failure to appear.
You are right and I am wrong. Let me try this again. All right, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about February 4th of 26, you committed the offense of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony. In that matter, I am,
Sorry.
yes, sir.
Because when I first came here and everything, I had paid the $5,000 bond, and when I got out, I got the money back, and I have an attorney that I've been paying month to month. That first I had been told that charges were not filed against me.
Yeah.
And then I didn't know I had a court on the 1st, because I think there was a mistake on my address. I don't live at 218. I live at 217.
Okay. All right, it's public, so you may not want to say what your address is.
My bad. I was just saying that the address was wrong, so I never received it. And I called the police for an incident that was happening, and I ended up getting arrested for a warrant. You know, that's why I wanted to make sure everything was right.
Okay. So it sounds like you now have a really good opportunity to clear up your address issue with the court, so they can correspond with you at the correct address. And you said you have your own attorney, is that right?
Yeah, I've been paying him month to month. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, and based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, I'm finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney this morning. You can, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you, and it sounds like you have.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm setting 2 hearings in your case. The first on April 30th at 8:30, and the next one on May 4th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
I will.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You do need to make sure you go into those hearings, because if you don't, a warrant may issue for your arrest, okay?
No, sounds good.
All right, officer has your paperwork. All right, Rachel Sanders, please. All right, Ms. Sanders, go ahead, state your name.
Rachel Sanders,
And Ms. Sanders, what is your date of birth?
February 9th, 1960.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. You are here because you were arrested on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 30th at 8:30 and May 4th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of any of the alleged crime, and you're not to have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer. How's your paperwork for you? All right, and officers, we need to clear before Ms. Hodge. All right, Ms. Hodge, go ahead, state your name.
LaQuanta Hodge,
And Ms. Hodge, what is your date of birth?
9/26/88.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because you were arrested on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and child abuse, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 and April 24th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. In addition, in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including alcohol and drug testing. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you are not to possess or consume any alcohol. All right, now, with regard to the contact with the minor victim, you may have contact with the minor victim only so long as that contact is supervised by DCS or an appropriate responsible adult. Okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer. How's your paperwork? All right, we have two house calls this evening. Our first house call is Dayona Shivers. Ms. Shivers' date of birth is September 26th of 2001. Ms. Shivers is not able to be with us in court this morning because she is refusing orders. Ms. Shivers was arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing her an attorney. I am setting hearings on April 22nd at 8:30 and April 24th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In Ms. Shivers' matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. Our last house call is Camille Trocchi. Mr. Trocchi's date of birth is February 24th of 1994. Mr. Trocchi is not able to be with us this morning because he is demonstrating bizarre behavior. Mr. Trocchi is before this court because he was arrested yesterday on charges of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing him an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 6th at 10:30 in the Agua Fria Justice Court. My intention at this point is to release Mr. Trocchi on his own recognizance. All right, hold on. All right, if anything changes after I talk to the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those cases. All right, and that does in fact bring us to the end of our 5 a.m. initial appearance calendar. And we are going to go ahead and stand adjourned until 8 a.m. and we are off the record.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. This is the time set for the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar on April 16th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I will call you each one at a time to the podium. I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair right outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. We will also go over the victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. If we could start with Adrian Suarez to the podium and Saul Duarte to the chair.
Where?
Can I get your name and date of birth?
Adrian Suarez, July 19th, 2000.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated assault involving a deadly weapon or a dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony, and one count of robbery, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a couple of hearings. It's going to start with a status conference on April 22nd at 8:30, a preliminary hearing April 24th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. In the event you post bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services and you will be equipped with electronic monitoring. You also have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, can you go over the bond again? Like, what is that exactly?
So you have a secured appearance bond of $50,000. What that means is you would need to post that in order to be released from custody. Secured does mean you can use a bail bonding company. Bail bonding companies are typically 10% plus collateral. The officers will take you to the processing unit probably in the next 30 minutes or so, and they'll give you more detailed instructions on how to get that posted. Again, if you post it, you'll be released from custody. You'll be equipped with an electronic monitoring, and then you have release conditions. It would also be your responsibility to ensure that you attended all of your future hearings. If you were to fail to appear, a warrant would issue, and then you'd forfeit the bond that you posted. But if you're unable to post that bond, then you will remain in custody. They'll transport you to your hearings. Your next one's on April 22nd, and at that time, you'll meet with your attorney. Anything further, sir?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork.
Right.
Saul Duarte to the podium. Candace McCormick to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Saul Duarte, 8/16/89.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, one count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, and one count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference, April 22nd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 24th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. In the event you post that bond and are released from custody, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services, and you'll be equipped with electronic monitoring. But you also have written conditions of release. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. If you reside at the same location as the alleged victim, you will have to find an alternative residence. You may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to collect any of your belongings, and you also may not possess any weapons. This will all be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
Okay, so to get my belongings, I would have to call law enforcement.
Correct. Don't go to that location if that's where the alleged victim is. You cannot go there on your own. That would be a violation of your release conditions. But if you contact law enforcement, they can meet you there, and then you can legally collect your belongings that way.
Okay.
Okay? Anything further, sir?
No.
Okay, please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Candace McCormick to the podium. Amanda Lewis to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Candace Claire McCormack, 6/24/1990.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on 2 cases, and it looks like they are both warrants out of county, so we'll go over each one of those. Your first one is a warrant from the Gila County Superior Court. That warrant relates to 1 count of narcotic drugs for sale, 1 count of dangerous drugs for sale, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia. In that case, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, and you're going to have an arraignment hearing. That will take place in the Gila County Superior Court on April 21st at 8:30 in the morning. Your second warrant is from the Pace and Justice Court. It also relates to the same charges related to dangerous drugs and narcotic drugs for sale, and it's dangerous drugs for sale and narcotic drug possession for use, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia. In that case, I'll also appoint an attorney and set a hearing in the Pace and Justice Court on April 21st at 8:30. The Gila County Court, you have a cash bond of $10,000. In the Payson one, it's a secured bond of $10,000. So it is a total bond of $20,000. However, one court is issued a cash bond, meaning you would have to post the full $10,000. The other one is secured, meaning you can use a bail bonding company, but you would need to post both in order to be released from custody. Both of your hearings are out of county, and they actually set them on the exact same day, which of course you can't be in 2 places at one time. So if you do post the bond, you need to make sure that you contact them and have one of them reset. If you fail to appear at any of these hearings, a warrant would issue. You'd forfeit the bond. You also have release conditions. If you do post these bonds, you may not possess weapons, and you may not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. This will be in your paperwork. Ma'am, did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Amanda Lewis to the podium. Trayvon McCray to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Amanda Lewis, 12/14/86.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on 3 cases. You're here today on a new case, which was a direct complaint that was filed, and then because you were on probation at the time of this alleged offense, you're here on your probation cases. The direct complaint was filed yesterday, April 15th, 2026, with an offense date of September 12th of 2025 for 3 counts of forgery, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of false report to law enforcement, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And then again, your 2 probation cases, it's a Term 1 violation based on the allegations of these new charges. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you in these cases and give you a couple of hearings. You're going to start with a status conference, April 22nd at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing, April 23rd at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing, April 24th at 8:30. So you do have 3 hearings, and they are 3 days in a row. Those will take place in the downtown Superior Courthouse. On the direct complaint that was filed, you have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. In each of your probation cases, it's $250. So that is a total bond of $5,500 for all 3 cases. In the event you do post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. You may not initiate contact with any alleged victim. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will all be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that. Trayvon McCray to the podium. Enrique Ozuna to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Trayvon McCray, 3/7/2000.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 3 cases. You're here because a direct complaint was filed, and then you're here on 2 probation cases with allegations you violated Term 1 based on these new charges under the direct complaint. This direct complaint was filed yesterday, April 15th, 2026. It is for 1 count of theft means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, with an offense date of July 5th of 2025. Your probation cases are Term 1 violations. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you in these cases and set 3 hearings. They're 3 days in a row. Status conference, April 22nd at 8:30. Probation revocation hearing, April 23rd at 8:30. And a preliminary hearing, April 24th at 8:30. On the direct complaint, you do have a secured appearance bond of $1,000. In each probation case, it is $250 for a total bond of $1,500. In the event you do post that bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions of release. You are not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victims. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
I got a probation violation even though I've been in custody.
So the allegations are allegedly that this offense took place on July 5th of 2025. So it's a term 1 violation for allegedly violating your probation on July 5th of 2025. Are you in custody with another bond, or are you serving time?
I'm serving time. I don't get out till May 14th.
May 14th, okay. With that being said, then posting these bonds won't get you released. So, of course, don't post them. Go ahead and talk to your attorney at that first hearing on April 22nd then, okay?
Okay.
All right, anything further? Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Enrique Ozuna to the podium. Christopher Duxbury to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Enrique Ozuna, 060992.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a direct complaint that was filed yesterday, April 15th of 2026. It has an offense date of October 8th of 2025. It is for 2 counts of aggravated DUI with a passenger under the age of 15, a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a status conference April 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing April 24th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post bond and are released, you do have written conditions. It does include not possessing weapons or alcohol and not contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of release. Are you currently in custody for something else?
Yes.
Are you serving time? What's your expected release date?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay. If you're currently serving time on something else and your release date is not until after April 22nd, posting the bond won't get you released, and you may just want to wait until you see your attorney at the hearing on April 22nd, okay? Did you have any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Christopher Duxbury to the podium. Rudy Espinoza to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Christopher Duxbury, 5/19/88.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on 3 cases. There are 3 probation violation warrants that issued with allegations you violated terms 3, 4, and 13. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing April 23rd at 8:30. This does apply to all 3 cases. You have a different bond amount in each case. One bond is $500. The second bond is $450. The third bond is $150. That is a total bond of $1,100. In the event you were to post that bond and be released from custody, you would have written conditions. You're not to possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No,
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Rudy Espinoza to the podium. And I apologize in advance, but Animo Dalmeda to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Rudy Espinoza, 2578.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant that was issued on April 8th of 2026 with allegations you violated terms 6 and 7 of your probation. Looks like you already have an attorney in your probation case, so I am going to affirm that attorney and set a probation revocation hearing April 23rd at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you post bond and are released from custody, you do have written conditions. You may not possess weapons or alcohol. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. It does look like you're currently already in probation revocation proceedings, but you didn't contact your probation officer after being released last time, so make sure you do that in order to avoid any issues, okay?
Okay.
And then make sure it looks like you already have another hearing as well. Let me just double check.
I was supposed to go on the 21st of this month. I was supposed to go to court.
Yeah, let's double check that. Yes, so now you have 2 hearings. April 21st, which you still need to go to, that relates to the previous petition to revoke, and now you have an additional hearing on April 23rd. If you talk to your attorney at the April 21st hearing, they might be able to resolve both. Take the paperwork with you, but if they're unable to, make sure you attend both hearings. Okay? All right. Any questions?
No.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Dalmadia to the podium. And I'm unsure how to pronounce this next name. First name is P-A-H-E. If that person can go to the chair, please. May I get your name and date of birth, sir?
Anum Dalmeda. 01-14-1976.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on two cases. You are here on a new case, as well as an out-of-county child support arrest warrant that was issued for you. Your new charges are for one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. And then, as I mentioned, you're here on a warrant from the Pinal County Superior Court for failing to pay a child support obligation. So I want to talk to you about this child support warrant that was issued first, and then we'll talk about how we're going to proceed on your new charge for driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. So on your failure to pay child support warrant that was issued, or failure to appear at a hearing, a warrant issued as a result of that. That is a hearing that is civil in nature, meaning I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you, but you can hire an attorney at your own expense. I am going to set a hearing for you. That hearing will take place in the Pinal County Superior Court on April 21st at 8:30 in the morning. In that case, you have a cash purge of $474. What that means is it's different than a criminal bond, meaning you would have to post that $474 and you would not get it back. It would apply towards your child support case. If you fail to appear at that hearing in Pinal County on April 21st, they would issue another warrant with another purge. What I want to discuss with you is, do you believe you're going to post that purge of $474 prior to the hearing on April 21st, or do you believe you'll remain in custody and be transported to that hearing?
I'll pay that before the hearing.
You believe you'll be able to pay that? Yes. Okay. So then what I'm going to do on your new charge, I'm not going to hold you on that case. I'm going to release you as to the charge that relates to the driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. I'm going to give you a hearing date in the El Centro Justice Court to address that charge on April 30th at 9:30 in the morning. And I'm not appointing counsel. You can hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like to. You do have release conditions in that case. It does include not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. So right now it does indicate you don't have a driver's license. You cannot drive until you get that resolved, okay? So you're being released on the driving with the license that was suspended or revoked, but you can't be released until you post that $474 towards your child support case. Once you get that posted, you'll be released from custody, but then you have two hearing dates coming up. One is in Pinal County. You must attend that hearing, otherwise another warrant will issue for your arrest, okay? Did you have any questions?
No question.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, yes. Oh, did you have one?
I guess I have to pay the
$474.
Before 23rd.
So as soon as you pay it, you'll get released from custody. If you don't pay it, then you will remain in custody and they'll transport you to the hearing in Pinal County on April 21st. Okay. Anything further?
No. I have I can use a debit card to pay.
So they'll give you instructions in the processing. They'll take you to processing here in a little bit and give you instructions. They're not going to be giving you access to any of your belongings, so you will have to, if you came in with cash, or you'll have to contact somebody and give them instructions on how to post it, but you will not be given access to any belongings that you have. Okay? Anything further?
Yes, thank you.
Please take a step to your left, and the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you.
We'll bring your paperwork outside in a minute.
Thank you. And then Joshua Martin to the chair, please. And I apologize, I cannot pronounce your name. If you don't mind giving me your full name and date of birth.
Pauly Jimson, Ginny Jr., Your Honor.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
6704.
Thank you. You are here today because a direct complaint was filed on December 10th of 2025. It has an offense date of August 2nd of 2025 for one count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing an attorney and giving you a couple of hearings. You're going to have a status conference April 30th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 4th at 8:30. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but you do have written conditions of release.
Yes,
You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. With your paperwork, you're going to get an envelope. You need to read the instructions and contact pretrial services within 72 hours of release, and then make sure you attend all of your hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will issue, and then you'd be held on bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Did you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. On March 20th of this year, I came to self-surrender at Watkins, and I got 7 days house arrest after. I was never informed that I had a warrant out. Not only that, since last year of of September, I've been going to Chandler and Gilbert courts, and I've been doing my fingerprint clearance and stuff, all of the fingerprints. And today, when I went to my Gilbert court, I had to do my fingerprints before that. That's when I was arrested, when I was doing my fingerprints for court.
So it didn't pull up before?
Pardon?
This warrant didn't pull up?
No, it did not. It did not. They did, because usually they tell you, because I remember when I was being released, like, she has a warrant in Chandler, he has a warrant in Gilbert, and my warrants are from Gilbert, right?
This warrant is out of the Superior Court. I'm not sure where the underlying offense took place.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can figure that
I
out.
was, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to see which police agency this was from.
Because from what I was informed, they said that when I was arrested, I was on the border of Gilbert and Chandler, so they both took jurisdiction apparently. Because I went to Chandler court for this stuff, yeah.
It looks like a Chandler police officer is the one that wrote the report. Because these are felony charges, they cannot be handled out of City of Chandler or City of Gilbert court. If you believe you've been charged with something related to this offense, bring that information to your hearing on April 30th to discuss that with your attorney about any potential double jeopardy claims that you may have. I don't know why it didn't pull up. This has been a valid warrant since December of 2025. I am going to release you. Just make sure you go to those hearings.
I am,
okay?
yeah. This is the first court date I've ever missed. I've never missed any intentionally, yeah, so.
I wonder if your mail got returned. It did. Your mail got returned. That's why.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They mailed it to you, it got returned, and as a result, you didn't.
What was the address it was mailed to, if you don't mind me asking, please?
8346 West Oregon Avenue in
Yeah,
Glendale.
that's the right one, because that's my mailing address, and my foster mom gets it. So my foster mom tells me, hey, you have court, or hey, you have this going on, and I go and do it.
Got it.
Yeah.
It looks like it was one of those that required a signature, and nobody ever picked it up.
Okay, yeah, no, I probably wasn't there at that time, too.
It was returned to sender unclaimed.
Okay, yeah, that's,
so it looks
okay.
like as a result of that, you didn't get notice, and so therefore, the warrant issue.
Okay, thank you for letting me know, because, yeah, I was very confused about that this entire time.
No, I appreciate it. Again, just make sure you attend these hearings.
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
believe you've already been charged as it relates to these offenses, bring that information to meet with your attorney, okay?
Okay,
All
thank you, Your Honor.
Please take a step to your left. Joshua Martin to the podium. Travis Winbush to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Joshua Martin, 10/17/1991.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference April 30th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 4th at 8:30. I am going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services, but you do have written conditions of release you need to comply with. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess any weapons. You're going to get an envelope with your paperwork. You must read the instructions in that paperwork. You must contact pretrial services within 72 hours of release, and then you need to attend all of your hearings. Otherwise, a failure to appear warrant will issue, and then you will be held on bond at any future hearings.
Okay.
Did you have any questions?
Okay, I have a question. Okay, so I know a felony can have a firearm. I didn't know that a felon can have brass knuckles. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there's different, what's considered like a dangerous instrument or a weapon that is included statutorily. If you don't have that information, talk to your attorney and they can probably direct you so you know exactly what you are and aren't allowed to have. So that way this doesn't become an issue for you in the future.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
Anything further?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll take a step to your left,
We'll bring it up to you.
just take a seat in the gallery. Thank you. Travis Winbush to the podium. Natalie Vasquez to the chair.
Thank you.
May I get your name and date of birth?
That's Travis Winbush, 3/13/87.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a warrant from the Oracle Justice Court. It is a post-adjudication warrant for a previous charge of disorderly conduct, likely meaning you failed to pay some fines or complete some classes. Before I give you orders, I do have a quick question for you. Are you currently in custody on anything else?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a bond or are you serving time?
Serving time.
And what is your expected release date?
June 1st.
June 1st. Okay. I'm going to change these orders then. Right now, I had intended to release you on your own recognizance, but if you're already serving time, you obviously cannot get released until June 1st. If I release you on your own recognizance and you can't actually get released, they're not going to transport you to the hearing, and then they're going to issue another warrant for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. I'm going to set an arraignment hearing in the Oracle Justice Court on April 21st at 8:30 in the morning. I'm going to put what's called a placeholder bond. It's $50. I don't want you to post it because you're not going to be released until at least June 1st. What that is going to do, it's going to ensure that you get transported for any hearing, you get credit for any time served. If for some reason you haven't resolved the case with Oracle by the time you're released on June 1st, all you would have to do is post that $50 to be released on that case. I don't anticipate that happening. You'll likely be able to resolve it with them since it is a post-adjudication warrant. I just want to ensure that you don't get a warrant for your arrest for failing to appear when you were already in custody. So again, don't post this $50 placeholder bond at this time. It's just to ensure you get transported and credit for any time served, okay?
Okay.
Any questions for me, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Are they going to transfer me for the court date, or can I do a telephonic or video hearing? Is that possible?
That'll be up to Oracle Justice Court. Unfortunately, I am not privy to how they typically handle their proceedings. The officers will likely have more information on that for you in the back because they're used to dealing with these situations. So I can't say for sure whether or not it will be transportation or just a virtual hearing.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I'm eligible for reach out. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the program or not. It's a rehab program. You get released to a facility and get early release. They've been working toward that. I'm not sure if that's why I now have come to this court date here for this hearing, because I've been putting in ILS forms to go ahead and get this quashed since October of last year unsuccessfully. And they said that I need to give them contact information, either telephone or by email. That way they can go ahead and squash it or quash it for me. So I'm not exactly sure if that is why I'm here due to the reach out process. And if so, would I still be eligible for reach out, or is that something that you're not really aware of, or how that works? Or?
So I have not heard of reach out.
Okay.
It's possible that while they were working on things, they ran your information to see if there was any other warrants, because that's anytime you're released or in custody, they constantly are making sure they're addressing any potential warrants you have. So it's called page 2. You were already in custody. They brought you in on a page 2, which was this warrant. I don't know if it's as a result of reach out, possibly getting ready to allow you to go to that program. I don't know if this warrant is going to affect that. If reach out does still allow you to move forward with that program, what it would require is if you are going to go through the reach out program before April 21st, you would need to post that bond of $50 in order to move forward with it. If it takes place after April 21st, you should have already seen the Oracle Justice Court judge and hopefully resolved that issue. I do apologize. I don't have a lot of information about the reach out program. The officers may have some more information. The $50 is, again, just there to try to ensure that you're taken everywhere you need to go, but also if it is time for you to be released, it's a small bond that you can post and hopefully get out of custody and are not held on this particular issue for Oracle Justice Court.
So just to reiterate, if you don't mind, just don't post the $50 bond, and just basically just wait for them to do whatever they're going to do by or on the 21st of this month, and then just take it from there?
Exactly. Unless you get notice like, we're going to release you, but for the $50, sure, post the $50. Sure. But it sounds like that's not the case. So don't post it because, again, all it would do is you would fail to appear at the hearing and then you'd lose the $50 and get a warrant while sitting in custody, and I don't want that for you.
Okay. How would I pay the $50? Is that just, I don't know how, I'm not familiar with this process.
Right, so if it gets to the point where you do want to get that posted because you're being released for other purposes, they will give you all the information in the processing unit, but essentially you can contact family or friends, or if you have cash on your books, you can utilize that as well to post the bond to get released. Okay. Okay?
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, please take a step to your left, the officer will get that paperwork. Natalie Vasquez to the podium. Durnell Bennett to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Natalie Michelle Vasquez, December 3rd, 1981.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a warrant from the El Mirage Municipal Court. It is a pre-adjudication warrant related to one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled with an offense date of March 22nd, 2024. Are you currently in custody for any other purpose? No. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel on this charge, but you can hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like. I'm going to set an arraignment hearing in the El Mirage Municipal Court on May 5th at 8:30. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing, but you do have written conditions. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. It does look like this is from a couple of years ago. I don't know if you've resolved that issue yet. If you haven't, don't drive until you get your driver's license valid. If it is already valid, then you can continue to drive. Make sure you go to the hearing. If you fail to appear again, another warrant will issue, and then they'd likely hold you on a bond.
On May 5th?
On May 5th at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay, Elmrush.
Yeah, and the date, time, and location will be in the paperwork the officer is about to give you. Just hang on to that paperwork and go to that
Okay,
location.
so I'm getting released today, though? Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Janelle Bennett to the podium. Abraham to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Janelle Bennett, 9/29/86.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Arrowhead Justice Court on May 5th at 2 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear, but you do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. This will all be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
Okay, so step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork.
Here you go.
Abraham to the podium and Johnny to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Abraham Sage, 9/24/79.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of refusal to provide a true name, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charge, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Surprise Municipal Court on May 12th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
You said May 1st?
May 12th.
12th, okay.
Yes, at 1:30. And the date, time, and location will be in the paperwork. They'll hand you, okay?
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Johnny to the podium. Letitia Williams to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Johnny, retired 12/7/2000.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, one count of criminal trespass, a Class 1 misdemeanor, one count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like. You're going to have an arraignment hearing. That will take place in the Surprise Municipal Court on May 12th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing, but you do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not possess weapons or alcohol. In this case, you do have multiple alleged victims, and some of those victims do include your parents. So as it relates to the victims, the alleged victims that are not your parents, you're not to contact them. You're not to go to their location. As it relates to your parents, who are alleged victims in this case, if they consent to contact with you, then you may contact them. But if they don't consent, then they are victims in this case. You will not be able to contact them during the pendency of this case, okay? This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Letitia Williams to the podium. Ryan Hurd to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Letitia Williams, 7/4/1997.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of disorderly conduct and one count of assault, both Class 1 misdemeanors. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney at your own expense. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Surprise Municipal Court on May 12th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. But you do have written conditions. You do have an alleged victim in this case, which I do believe is your sibling. If your sibling consents to contact, then you may have contact with that sibling. But if they do not consent to it, then you will not be able to have contact with that sibling. And if you live with that sibling and they do not consent, you'll have to find an alternative residence during the pendency of this case.
Okay.
This will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Ryan Hurd to the podium and Christopher Stewart to the chair.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. May I get your name and date of birth?
Ryan Hurd, Raybon, 10/18/1990.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Country Meadows Justice Court on April 30th at 8:30 in the morning. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions. You are not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume alcohol. And you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will all be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the date.
Oh, April 30th at 8:30 in the morning.
April 30th at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay.
And it'll be in your paperwork, so you don't have to memorize it. Just make sure you keep the paperwork, because it's also going to have the location for you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No.
Please take a step to your left. The officer will get that for you. Christopher Stewart to the podium. Killian Graham to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Christopher Stewart, June 20th, 1997.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the White Tank Justice Court on May 5th at 9:30 in the morning. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear, but you do have written conditions. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. It's my understanding you have minor children with the alleged victim. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm not making any custody or parenting time orders. So therefore, you may contact the alleged victim via email or text only as it relates to your minor children. You may not use that method to harass or contact the alleged victim for any other purpose. It's also my understanding that you are currently residing with that alleged victim. You're not going to be able to return there at this time. You may contact law enforcement for one civil standby to collect any of your belongings, but don't go there without the civil standby, and make sure if you do communicate with the alleged victim, it's within the release orders regarding only the children via email or text, okay?
Okay.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Killian Graham to the podium, Ramona Barrett to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Graham Killian, May 9th, 2006.
Do we have your name backwards? Your first name is Graham and your last name's Killian?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me update that. They have you as Killian Robinson Graham. Tell me what it should be. It should be Graham for the first name?
Graham. And then middle name Robinson, then last name Killian.
Okay. Thank you for that. And could you repeat your date of birth?
May 9th, 2006.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. It is for one count of obstruction or refusal to provide a true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and one count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found. However, due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire one. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the White Tank Justice Court on May 5th at 9:30 in the morning. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at the hearing. You do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. This will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions? Please take a seat in the gallery. We do need to reprint that to correct your name.
We'll bring it to you.
Ramona Barrett to the podium. Jose Rodriguez Morales to the chair, please. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Ramona Barrett, 8/25/68.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a warrant from the West McDowell Justice Court. It's a failure to appear warrant that issued on July 25th of 2024. It has an offense date of June 18th of 2024 for one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. Due to the nature of your charges, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you may hire an attorney if you would like. You're going to have an arraignment hearing. That hearing will take place in the West McDowell Justice Court on May 5th at 1:30. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at this hearing. You do have written conditions. If you haven't resolved your valid or your driver's license issue, you cannot drive until you've resolved that. I'm not sure if you have or not, but don't drive a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Make sure you go to that hearing, otherwise another warrant will issue, and then you might be held on bond at the next hearing. Okay, ma'am? Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, please take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Rodriguez Morales to the podium.
Yes, that's gonna be your paper, you're gonna have a sheet with the email that.
Sorry.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Jose Rodriguez, September 28, 87.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a fugitive of justice warrant that was issued for you on April 10th of 2026. I'm trying to see what state this is coming from.
It's Puerto Rico.
Oh, it's Puerto Rico. That's why it's not coming up. Okay. It is for one count of homicide. They have indicated that they do want to extradite you back to address this pending charge. Did you get an opportunity to review the laminated card that was given to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're going to be given an option. You have to make a choice today. Your first option is you can say, yes, I'm ready to be extradited back to address this underlying charge. If you were to do that, you would be giving them 30 days to come pick you up. You would be held here in the Maricopa County jails non-bondable while you give them an opportunity to come pick you up. If they don't pick you up in the 30 days, you would be released from custody. However, it wouldn't resolve the underlying warrant that you had, so you would still need to address that with them. Or you have the right to say, I am demanding that the governors of both locations sign a governor's warrant ordering me to return before I do so. In that case, I would set a fugitive of justice hearing here in Maricopa County, April 27th at 1:30 p.m. That hearing is civil in nature, so what that means is I could not appoint an attorney to represent you, but you could hire one at your own expense for that hearing. The process for the governor's warrant takes about 60 to 90 days. You would be eligible for bond. It is a cash bond of $500,000. So if you posted that bond, you would be released from custody during the pendency of that 60 to 90 days while they determined whether or not a governor's warrant is going to be signed. But if you didn't post the bond, then you would remain in custody during that proceedings as well. Do you know what option you would like to do here today?
Not yet. I would like to talk to my attorney if it's possible.
Okay, absolutely. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to set that hearing on April 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm going to set the cash bond of $500,000. If you post that bond, make sure you go to your hearing here as well. If you fail to appear at the hearing here, a warrant will issue, you'll lose the bond, and you'd still have the other warrant. Once you go to that hearing, you'll be given an opportunity to waive your rights again if you choose to do so. So between now and then, you can contact an attorney, as you mentioned, and discuss what you want to do. So you'll be given this option again on April 27th, but that will be your next hearing date, okay?
Okay, I thought I had a chance, like, to talk to somebody first, but if I don't, then I'll do the waiver.
Well, you can talk to an attorney, and then I set that hearing on April 27th, and then they'll let you do the waiver at that time if you would like to do the waiver. I don't want you to feel obligated to do the waiver today. I either have to set the hearing or have you sign the waiver. But if you want to talk to an attorney before you sign that waiver, then I'll set that hearing on April 27th, and you'll be given the opportunity again that date. If you sign the waiver today, then you will not have any future hearings here in Arizona, and we will let them know that you're ready to be returned.
I'll do that.
You wanna sign your rights over and say you're ready for Puerto Rico to come pick you up? Okay. So because you are waiving some very important rights, I'm going to ask you some formal questions just to make sure you understand exactly what you are agreeing to. So again, I want to confirm with you, you did read the extradition paperwork, which was that laminated card. Is that correct?
I read it. I tried to understand it, but yeah, I did read it.
Okay. And do you understand that you do not have to sign this paperwork today?
Yes.
And do you understand you have the right to an extradition hearing? That's that hearing I mentioned on April 27th at 1:30?
Yes,
And do you understand you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
I have one.
Okay, so you understand that you
Yes.
could hire your attorney? Do you understand that you have a right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by both governors before you are returned?
Yes,
And do you understand that you have the right to a bond? In this case, you have the cash bond of $500,000.
yes,
And do you want to give up those rights and sign this paperwork?
yes,
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign this paperwork?
no,
And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medications within the last 24 hours?
just medications.
Medications. And do you believe that those medications has affected your ability to understand these proceedings?
No,
Okay. I'm going to find that you were knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily signing the waiver, and I'm also going to sign it. I'm going to direct the sheriff's office to let the requesting state know that you are ready to return. They will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up, unless you have local charges pending. Do you know if you have any local charges pending?
I don't.
Okay. If you have local charges pending, the 30 days would not start until those were concluded. But if you don't have local charges pending, the 30 days starts tomorrow, giving them an opportunity to pick you up, okay? Any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to sign this, and then we're going to ask you to walk over to where the officer is, and he is going to direct you when they're ready for your signature.
You're gonna sign twice, just gonna let you know when you sign. Good. And we'll bring your paperwork over.
If you'll just take a seat in the gallery, they'll bring that out to you. We have one remaining case that will proceed as a house call. Case number 11, Time Smith, date of birth November 1st, 1991. They are here on a warrant from the Pima County Superior Court for failing to appear. This warrant issued March 30th of 2026. It has an underlying offense of 1 count of aggravated assault of a correctional employee, a Class 5 felony. I am appointing an attorney and setting an arraignment hearing in Pima County on April 21st at 8:30. I'm affirming the secured appearance bond of $10,000. In the event the bond is posted and he is released from custody, he will have written conditions. He is not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. All of this will be included in his paperwork, and if anything changes, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 8 a.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 11 a.m.
Sir. Buenos días.
Good morning.
Could you please tell me your name?
¿Me puede decir su nombre, por favor?
Manuel Alberto Fimbres Medina. All right.
Manuel Alberto Fimbres Medina.
Mr. Fimbres Medina, this is your initial appearance. Just a moment.
Bueno, le dice el juez, señor Fimbres Medina, usted está aquí para su comparecencia inicial. Un momentito.
And you've been charged with 1 count of burglary in the first degree.
Y a usted se le acusa, tiene un cargo por entrada ilegal con intención delictuosa.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about this case can be used against you, and you're presumed innocent of this allegation.
Usted tiene el derecho de permanecer callado. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra y se presume en este momento que usted es inocente.
And I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you, sir. Who is it?
Le voy a nombrar un abogado, señor, para que lo represente.
And it's going to be the Pima County Public Defender.
Y va a ser el defensor público del condado de Pima.
In order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information from pretrial services, the information from the state, which is requesting a $10,000 bond, and then, just a moment. And the interim complaint as well.
Bueno, para prepararme para esta audiencia, yo ya revisé el informe que me mandó la agencia de los servicios previos al juicio y también ya revisé la recomendación de la fiscalía y la fiscalía está solicitando que yo le fije fianza de $10,000 y también ya revisé la denuncia provisional.
And the state is recommending a $10,000 bond. Mr. Taylor, anything further on that?
Your Honor, if I could just have one brief moment.
Sure.
I'm not looking at the interim complaint now.
Bueno, le pregunta el juez al fiscal. Fiscal, yo ya sé que usted está solicitando una fianza de $10,000, pero hay algo más que me quiera decir. Y el fiscal Keller dice, un momentito, su señoría, déjeme revisar la denuncia provisional.
Your Honor, given the information in the interim complaint, this had been continued, so I had a bit of difficulty finding the interim complaint. But given the information in the interim complaint, I'd like to amend that recommendation to pretrial services. Mr. My apologies, Your Honor, it was Fimbris, does not have prior felony history. Though, Your Honor, the allegations here are serious, and I had asked that the court order him to have no contact with the victim whatsoever. That's the state's recommendation at this time.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bueno, le dice el fiscal al juez, ya leí yo la denuncia provisional, su señoría, y este caso se ha aplazado varias veces, pero yo quisiera modificar la recomendación. Quisiera recomendar supervisión bajo los servicios previos al juicio, porque el señor Fimbres no tiene antecedentes penales o condenas previas por delitos graves. Y también, su señoría, pues esta acusación es grave, pero yo le recomendaría que usted ordene que no tenga contacto con las víctimas.
And Mr. Michael, sir?
I agree. Yeah, he anticipated my argument, so we are also recommending PCS for similar reasons. Also want to note that he's got third-party transport and custody.
Y dice el otro señor, dice, sí, señor, su señoría, nosotros también recomendamos lo mismo que el fiscal. Estamos de acuerdo con todo, con las recomendaciones similares, porque el señor está bajo la custodia de una tercera persona.
All right, Mr. Fimbres Medina, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services.
Entonces le dice el juez, señor Medina, sí lo voy a liberar, pero va a quedar bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio.
So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with.
Por favor, usted tiene que cumplir con cualquier tratamiento o monitoree que le indiquen seguir.
I'm also ordering that you not possess any firearms or weapons, you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs.
Y también voy a ordenar que usted no puede consumir bebidas alcohólicas ni tampoco drogas ilegales y no puede poseer armas de fuego.
Additionally, that you have no contact with the alleged victims, and that includes not going to the victim's residence or place of work.
Y también le voy a ordenar que usted no puede tener contacto con las presuntas víctimas, tampoco puede volver al lugar donde vive la víctima o donde trabajan las víctimas.
Your next court date is a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Su próxima audiencia es una audiencia preliminar el día 6 de mayo a la 1:30 de la tarde.
And it's important that you stay in contact with your attorney and come back to future court dates, because if you don't come back to future court dates, a warrant will issue for your arrest.
Y también es muy importante que usted se mantenga en comunicación con su abogado, señor, y que se presente a esa audiencia y a todas las audiencias futuras, porque si no se presenta a esas audiencias, se va a emitir una orden para que lo vuelvan a arrestar.
Do you understand?
¿Sí le quedó claro, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused.
Muchas gracias. Se puede retirar por el día de hoy.
And Ms. Fernandez, thank you very much to you as well. You are excused and have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning, sir. Please tell me.
Fernando Guillen.
All right. This is your initial appearance. In seeing you on charges that allege that you committed aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, 2 counts of that on a peace officer, and then 1 count of aggravated assault on a peace officer that is a lower class of felony. That's a class 4 felony. You're presumed innocent of those allegations, sir, and you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these allegations could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint one for you right now. And it's going to be the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I have read and considered the information that it was in the memorandum that was filed in conjunction with your transfer from the juvenile court to the adult court. That includes a probable cause statement that reflects what is alleged to have occurred. I've also reviewed the information supplied by pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you without bond pursuant to Arizona law, which says that if you are on release for 1 felony offense, and then while you're on release for that first felony offense, you are alleged to have committed a 2nd felony offense, then the law provides that you can be held without bond. Mr. Kaler, is there anything further you'd like to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Michael?
Your Honor, would you give me 1 moment to consult with him?
Sure.
Thank you. No, Your Honor, we don't have any right there.
All right. So, sir, I am going to set what's called a no bond hearing for you. So while I'm holding you without bond today, because the law allows that, you do have a right to contest that determination. So there's going to be a hearing that's on Tuesday. That's going to be on Tuesday, the 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon, where one of 2 things will happen. Either the state will attempt to see to it that you remain held without bond, or they will argue, and your attorney will have an opportunity to argue what an appropriate set of release conditions would be short of that no bond hold. It could be a bond, something like that. In any event, that hearing's Tuesday afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm also setting a preliminary hearing that's going to be on April 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. I am ordering that you not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victims. Do not go to the alleged victims' residences or place of work, and that should take care of it. you are excused, but before you take off, sir, just one last thing. So if you do end up with a bond or otherwise released, then you must come back to court, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good day.
So,
I can't. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we just need you to make a formal determination about whether he is staying in Pima County Jail or Jail.
Thank you. So the court does find, pursuant to Rule 7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure and the particular rules that relate to where juveniles ought to be held, that Mr. Guillen needs to remain downtown, given the existence of the first adult felony case, the possibility of a new adult felony case, and the other considerations within Rule 7 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure. The court finds that it is appropriate for him to remain held in the adult facility rather than return to juvenile. Thanks. Yes, thank you.
I'll help you out. Do that. Huh?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Saul Tarazon, Your Honor.
Tarazone, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on some different charges. Give me just a second. I'll talk to you about that. So they are 2 counts of discharging a firearm at a non-residential structure, 4 counts of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, and then 1 count of being a minor and carrying a firearm. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint one for you. It's going to be the Pima County Legal Defender. They're going to be your attorney. In order to prepare for this hearing, I have reviewed the information that was included in the transfer memorandum that was provided when your case was transferred to juvenile court to adult court for consideration. That includes a probable cause statement that details the allegations. I also reviewed the information supplied by pretrial services in the state's recommendation, which is a $60,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
My apologies, Your Honor. I don't know if you could hear me. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Michael.
Your Honor, given no felony history previously, the fact that he's a student and any bond is only going to burden the family, we think that pretrial services would be appropriate because it would put him back in the custody of his family with additional conditions and supervisions that would address any safety needs. If the court does not feel pretrial service is appropriate, we think the lower bond, so as not to burden the family unduly, would be appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. So the court is going to impose a $100,000 cash secured bond for Mr. Terrazon Hernandez. I do that in large part because of the information that's contained in the probable cause statement. Again, Mr. Terrazon Hernandez is presumed innocent. However, the allegations allege that he was the driver of a vehicle that was involved in a drive-by shooting, effectively in a non-residential structure. And essentially, there were 4 victims that were either intentionally or unintentionally in the purview of approximately 18 shots that were fired. Firearms were then found in a residence associated with Mr. Terrazon Hernandez. In any event, for all these reasons, while the court does certainly understand that he is a young man, the court believes that the actions that are alleged here reflect a danger to the community. For that reason, it's a $100,000 cash secured bond. Court additionally orders no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. If you post the bond, you're going to be released to pretrial services. Additionally, you, sir, have to have no contact with the alleged victims. Do not go to the victim's residence or place of work. Again, it's a legal defender that's appointed. Preliminary hearing April 27th, 1:30 in the afternoon. A couple other things. So first of all, As it relates to where you ought to be housed, sir, the court does find that it's appropriate for you to remain housed at the Pima County Jail rather than an adult detention facility. The court finds as such based on Rule 7.7 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure, indicating, and among other factors, the nature and circumstances of the alleged offense warrant Mr. Terrazon's continued detention within an adult facility. Also, while he's still very young, he is 17, so that is a consideration as well. In any event, sir, if you do post that bond, you get out of custody, it's important that you come back to court dates, because if you don't do that, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. Also, please stay in contact with your attorney at the Legal Defender's Office. They can provide you further advice. You are excused, sir.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, we have full faith that you've considered all the factors that are required in ARS 8305. The ones you listed were about the nature of the charges, but we just want to have on the record, because Mr. Terrazon does wish to be transferred to juvenile detention rather than staying in the Pima County Jail. Other factors that have to be considered, for example, the best interest of him and other juveniles in general, his age, his physical and mental maturity, his present mental state, imminent risk of harm, criminal history, needs, and what is available at various facilities. We just want to note that Mr. Terrazon is a student. He was part-time employed, but he was a student, and there are better educational opportunities and programs available at the juvenile jail. We feel that any security concerns that the court may have can be addressed at both facilities equally, but given where he was at in life, we feel that there's better opportunity available for him at the juvenile facility. So, I mean, we would ask for some mercy. You know, we understand the allegations are serious, but additional punitive measures that would be inherent in the Pima County Jail may not necessarily be appropriate due to those intensive allegations, since they are allegations at this point that remain not proven to the standard of a trial, whereas we know things about where he is at in life right now that we could address meaningfully at the juvenile detention center.
I appreciate the advocacy, counsel. I did review the other, I've got Rule 7.7 pulled up right now. Additionally, while I did largely hang my decision through prior statements on the nature and circumstances of the offense, the court does additionally find that it's not just a consideration of the best interest of Mr. Terrazon Hernandez, it's a consideration of safety considerations of other juveniles that would be housed in the juvenile facility. The court believes that given that variable as well, that further supports his continued detention in an adult facility. And so that covers it. He is, of course, entitled to a review of detention placement. So Rule 7.7C makes clear that at least every 30 days, he's entitled to have my decision or the continued detention reviewed. And so if a future judge disagrees with my analysis and he's still in custody at that time, then he's entitled to have a change in circumstances. But for today's sake, the court does order that he be held in an adult facility.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
can we do Mr. Oviedo before Mr. Bell?
Yes, we can.
I got to talk to my lawyer, but
Okay.
Probably. Yes. All right, at the jail, Mr. Oviedo, could you please tell me your full name?
Yeah, I didn't assault nobody. I was gone and
Sir,
Christopher Oviedo, and I was just got back from Austin, Texas from 25.
it's all right. Yeah, you're presumed innocent, sir. We're going to talk about it, and for now, we just need to talk about release conditions, things like that, if you are released. And you're presumed innocent of these allegations, so you have no explaining as far as that's concerned. That's not necessary, sir. So I'm seeing you on a couple things today. I'm seeing you on a new charge that alleges that you took contraband into a correctional facility. That's alleged to have happened 2 days ago on the 14th. I'm also seeing you on 2 failures to appear out of one out of Pima County Justice Court, the other out of Tucson City Court. The Justice Court matter reflects a misdemeanor assault allegation. Tucson City Court reflects a disorderly conduct allegation. So, in order to prepare for this hearing, sir, actually, and I should say you're presumed innocent. I already said that, but you do have the right to remain silent about these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information from pretrial services, the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,500 bond, and the interim complaint as well. And additionally, we're not talking about the city court stuff just yet, but Judge Maldonado out of Tucson City Court is requesting that I hold you on a $1,000 cash bond, but we'll get to that side of it in a moment. So the state is requesting a $2,500 cash secured bond on the contraband allegation. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, as you noted, the alleged contraband here is a knife. Additionally, Your Honor, he is at risk to fail to appear, given his history of failure to appear. He became uncooperative with the jail staff, which I think also indicates a risk of future difficulties. For those reasons, Your Honor, I think the $2,500 bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Michael, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you have any position on bond, Mr. Michael?
Well, he has no money and he's unemployed and possibly homeless. So we just think that $2,500 bond it's achieving the same goals as a $1,000 bond. So we just think a lower bond might be appropriate and serve the same goals.
So the court's going to impose a $1,500 cash secured bond. And Mr. Oviedo, if you do post that bond, you're going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Additionally, the court's going to set a preliminary hearing that's on April 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And it's important that you come back to future court dates if you do get out of custody, because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. So that takes care of the felony matter. And then we're going to move on to the justice court matter. And again, that alleges a failure to appear in relation to an assault charge. On that, I am going to release you on the justice court matter. However, I'm also going to appoint counsel. And so just a moment while I get this taken care of. I'm actually going to set it for tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, although I am releasing you on this case because I suspect that you may still be in custody given the other two matters. I'm appointing counsel, as I said. That's going to be Carlos Betancourt. His name's Carlos Betancourt. His information is going to be on the paperwork you get, sir. And on that one, sir, ordering if you get out of custody, or really, regardless of whether you're in or out, no contact with the alleged victim don't go back to the incident location, please. Then we have, last but not least, we have the city court matter. That alleges, again, a failure to appear in relation to threatening, intimidating, assault, disorderly conduct. Judge Maldonado is requesting a $1,000 cash-only bond. I'm going to honor that request given the failure to appear history and other considerations. So on that, your next court date is going to be on the 24th for a video review. That's going to be at 1:45 in the afternoon. And additionally, sir, no contact of any kind with the alleged victim. Don't go back to the incident location. City public defender is going to be representing you, sir. And that takes care of it. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Thank you.
So did you get Ellen to see some teacher? I see you with one. Yeah. I'll figure it out later.
Did you take it for what? I didn't understand.
Wait.
Morning, Mr. Rideau. Please tell me your name, full name.
Boyd Rideau.
All right, give me just a second. So I am seeing, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a matter out of Oro Valley, just out of Oro Valley Municipal Court that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. And you also have a failure to appear at a city court that I think is unrelated to the matter that I saw you on yesterday or the day before. I can't remember which. That I don't believe I'm seeing you on that this morning. The Oro Valley matter lists a $4,000 bond on it. I'm not going to do that. But give me just a second. And on everything we're talking about, sir, of course, you do have the right to remain silent. You're presumed innocent of the allegation related to not only the failure to appear, but also the drug paraphernalia. And as to the Oro Valley matter, I'm going to hold you on a $100. I'm not sure why they were asking for 4,000 or why that amount was listed on there, but I'm dialing it back considerably. And so it's going to be a $100 bond, sir. It's important that you come back to your next court date if you're out of custody. The court date on the Oro Valley matter is on the 22nd, so that's going to be on Wednesday, next Wednesday. You're going to be seen on video for that at 10:30 in the morning if you're still in custody. If you're out of custody, it's important that you get up to Oro Valley City Court to take care of this matter. And the address for the courthouse will be on the paperwork that you get. One last thing is that if you don't come back to future court dates, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. All righty, you're excused, Mr. Rideau. Oh, didn't appoint. I'm also going to appoint counsel for Mr. Rideau. Give me just a second. I should have done that a moment ago. All right, I'm appointing Richard Glenn as attorney. His information will be on the paper where you get, sir. So give him a call when you get a moment. He can help you out with the Oro Valley matter. All right, and that takes care of it. Good morning. Please tell me your name.
And this Jose Maria.
All right. Nice. All right, so Miss Jose Maria, this is your initial appearance, and I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you committed 2 acts of domestic violence, one of which was assault, the other disorderly conduct, both misdemeanors in nature, alleged to have happened um, uh, right after midnight this morning. You're presumed innocent of these allegations, ma'am. Give me just a moment. And you do have the right to remain silent as it relates to the allegations, ma'am. So if I release you from custody, are you willing to not have contact with Albert Noriega, not go back to his place of residence?
Yes.
Okay, I just say that because pretrial services tried to reach out to him and see what his position was on having future contact with you, whether or not you could go back to a potential shared residence. And he wasn't able to be contacted. So because of that, because I don't know in the short term, I'm going to order that you need to stay away from him and where he lives. And so that's why I'm ordering what I'm ordering. However, if it turns out that he is okay with future contact and so forth, that's something that a judge at a future hearing would need to be made aware of, but I can't take care of that today. So given you telling me that you would stay away from him in the short term, I am going to release you on this matter. So give me just a second. We can get that taken care of. I'm going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim. And that's Mr. Noriega. Do not go to the victim's residence. And do you have belongings? I mean, do you have belongings that you would need to get from where he lives?
Yes, I was gonna ask if I could actually get that.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. So what I'm doing is I'm checking a box on the paperwork that you're going to get that says that you may return with a police escort to pick up belongings. So whatever police agency is closest to where you're at, maybe the sheriff's department, or otherwise, just it's important that you have an officer for one of those agencies go along with you. So you could probably either stop into a substation and ask for one to join you to go over there and get stuff, or call their non-emergency line, and they should be able to facilitate that one way or another. In any event, you are being released. Your next court date is going to be on May 12th, and that's going to be at 9 o'clock in the morning in Pima County Justice Court for an arraignment. It's important that you come back to that court date, because if you do not do that, then a warrant will issue for your arrest. You are excused.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Miguel Lopez.
All right. Mr. Lopez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple charges that allege that you committed 2 acts of domestic violence, one of which is disorderly conduct, the other is criminal damage, both misdemeanor in nature, alleged to have happened this morning about 2:45 in the morning. You're presumed innocent of those allegations, sir. You do have the right to remain silent concerning them. Anything you say about them could be used against you. So if I release you, sir, are you willing to have no contact with the victim, Miss Tatiana Evans, and not go back to where she lives?
I can we probably can work it out. If I were to be able to be released, we'll probably be able to work it out.
Okay, well, I just need you to not go back. The reason why I say that, much the same as I just said, spoke with the last individual about, is that pretrial services try to reach out to her, get her position on whether or not she's okay with you having contact with her, going back to where she lives. They couldn't get a hold of her. So it's possible that she's okay with it. But until I know that, I myself as the judge, I'm not going to order that you're allowed to have contact with her. So I don't see a need for you to stay in custody. However, I do see a need until we know where Miss Evans's head's at on all this. I do see a need to order that you not have any contact with her. You stay away from where she lives. Are you willing to do that, sir? Okay. So do you have belongings where she lives that you would need to get?
No, she actually lives with me.
Okay. Well, one way or another, you need to stay away from each other. And if it turns out that she's okay with contact at a future court.
Okay, but how are you going to be able to contact her for me to find out?
Well, I'm not contacting her. So the thing is that that's a good question. She has rights as a victim. So what would have happened is that the sheriff. Just hang on. I'll explain to you, and if you have another question, I may be able to answer it. So when police had contact with you, they probably had contact with her also. Usually when that happens, they will give someone that's alleged to be a victim paperwork. It's called a VINE form sometimes. They'll give her paperwork that says, hey, here's who you can contact to assert your victim rights, that sort of thing. So she should have had information provided to her about what her rights are to speak up about the matter if she chooses to do so. So she can use that information to contact the Pima County Attorney's Office or another agency. The prosecuting agency will probably be the Pima County Attorney's Office. And she can tell them, hey, this is all a big misunderstanding, or I'm okay with him having contact with me, whatever she thinks about the matter. And then that should be able to be conveyed to the judge. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So your next court date is going to be on May 12th, 9 o'clock in the morning in Pima County Justice Court for an arraignment. That's going to be in front of Judge Steele. So I'm ordering that you not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And it's important that you come back for that court date, sir, because if you don't do that, then a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. All righty, sir, you're excused.
We're doing one more time, Your Honor.
Yes, it's May 12th. May 12th at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the courthouse address will be on the paperwork for you, sir.
All right.
Munguia?
Morning, ma'am. Would you please tell me your name?
Vanessa Munguia.
All right, Mr. Munguia, this is your initial appearance. Just a second. So I'm seeing you on a couple matters. I'm seeing you on a matter at Pima County Justice Court that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a shoplifting allegation. And that shoplifting is alleged to have happened a little over 3 years ago in February of 2023. And I'm also seeing you on a matter out of Tucson City Court that alleges that you committed 4 counts of endangerment. And that's alleged to have happened in February of 2025. So on all these matters, ma'am, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as it relates to all of these matters. And the Justice Court, on the Justice Court matter, I'm being asked to hold you by Judge Pesquiera. And also the court does note that pretrial services has indicated that you do have a history of failing to appear. So given all the information that I have, I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash. It's going to be, $500 cash secured bond. I'm going to set your next court date for April 17th at 11 a.m. So that's tomorrow morning. So you'll be seen pretty quick by Judge Pesquera. And if you bond out, ma'am, if you get out of custody on this case, you must come back to court tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And so court's going to order that you possess no alcohol or illegal drugs, not go back to the incident location, and then that takes care of the justice court matter. We're going to talk about the city matter. Yes, sorry, I'm going to appoint an attorney. My apologies. It's going to be Carlos Betancourt. So let me get that punched in here. And his information will be on the paperwork that you get. His name's Carlos Betancourt. So that's that. And we're going to talk about the city matter. All right, on the city matter, I am going to, give me just a second on that. All right, given the age of that case, what appear to be repeated failures to appear, I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond on that matter as well. And I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you on that. Your next court date on that one's going to be a video review. That's going to be on April 24th. And that's going to be at 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Verena. And I'm noting the hold out of justice court. And that should take care of it, other than to just remind you one last time, ma'am, that you got to come back to court. You wouldn't be talking about having bonds imposed today if you had a better track record of coming to court. So if you do get out of custody this time around, ma'am, please be sure to come back. Because if you don't, you'll just get another warrant. You'll probably be in that same seat again, potentially facing higher bonds, okay? Have a good day.
Anderson.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Could you please tell me your name?
Andy Anderson.
All right, Mr. Anderson, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a matter at a Tucson City Court that alleges that you committed a disorderly conduct, one count of it that's alleged to be an act of domestic violence. And so you're presumed innocent of that, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. I'm going to release you on this, sir, but it's important that you come back to your next court date. So what I'm going to do is I'm releasing you on your promise to appear. And I'm going to order that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no further acts of domestic violence. Into the first one. Next court date is going to be on May 19th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Million. It's important that you come back to that court date, sir, because if you don't, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Also, one last thing, and then we'll be done, is that this is also the time set for your arraignment. Basically, not only could you get a warrant if you don't show back up, but trial could go forward in your absence if you were to be convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. You could lose the ability to appeal your conviction, sir. Do you understand that?
Yes, so May 19th at 1:30 p.m.
Yes, sir. You're going to get paperwork that says all that, but you got it. You hit the nail on the head. That's your next court date, sir. So it's important that you're in city court on that day at that time, okay?
Tucson City Court, okay?
Yes,
and so what is this court appearance for?
This is your initial appearance because you were booked into jail on the matter. You were taken to jail by Tucson police, I presume. you have a right to be seen by a judge relatively quickly. So that's what today's hearing is for. And so all I did is I set another court date for the next hearing on the city court matter, which is at May 19th date. Also, one thing I haven't said yet is that the court is fine with you having contact with the alleged victim because she is fine with you having contact with her. She's fine with you going back to your shared residence and so forth. So I'm not putting any conditions on that side of it. Yeah, but you just got to be in court on May 19th, all right?
At Tucson City Court.
Yes, sir, you got it.
All right.
Have a good day. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Lawrence Perez.
Perez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple different matters, a few different matters. One of which involves a new charge alleging that you committed criminal trespass in the first degree.
Might I say something?
No, probably not a good idea just because you do have the right to remain silent, sir. You're presumed innocent of these allegations, so you don't need to explain yourself on this if that makes you feel any better. Looks like you may also have a disorderly conduct fighting case and then finally another disorderly conduct case. So again, you're presumed innocent of all these matters. The information I have is that you've got a somewhat pronounced history of failing to appear. And so because of that, the court's going to order that you be held on a $500 cash secured bond. Going to order that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Do not go back to the incident location. Have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim. Appointing the city public defender to represent you, sir. Your next court date is going to be on April 24th at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be for a video review in front of Judge Mayhew. So a couple things and then we're done. First of all, you got to come back to court if you bond out, because if you don't, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Also, trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you would lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir. I have one question.
Sure.
I was already going through court for those last two charges.
Right, but the information I have is that you have a history of failing to appear. You previously bonded out on some of these matters.
Yeah, and then when I bonded out, I've been trying to show up to court after those bondages.
Well,
after I
so
bonded out. I've been trying to go to courts and stuff like that, trying to get everything together.
Right, the show is that you missed a hearing on February 20th, and that in light of that missed court date, in order to show cause was set on March 24th, what you missed also. And then you did show up to your credit 3 days ago for the second order to show cause.
Yeah, I've been trying to get everything together and stuff like that. You know,
well, you're going to
give me this one chance. And I'm
going to order that you be held, sir, and you will be seen by a judge relatively quickly, though. So that will help get things together if you are still in custody. You're excused. Thank you. Morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
I'm Webb.
Mr. Webb, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a few different matters, or I guess 3 different matters out of Tucson City Court. Let's see. The most recent matter is alleged to have happened this morning about 1:25 in the morning. It alleges that you committed 2 counts of disorderly conduct, both of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. And you're presumed innocent of that. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these allegations could be used against you. Also, it's like you may have other matters that relate to obstructing a highway or a public thoroughfare, and then another count of disorderly conduct. So for all these matters, sir, I am going to hold you on a $2,500 cash secured bond. The court notes through the review of pretrial services, it appears that you might be on probation for a similar type of offense out of Oakland, California. Additionally, the history of failure to appear that is before the court now, and the fact that you do present as a 6 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale and a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale is of concern, along with the specific allegations of this latest arrest that are included in the probable cause statement that you are, of course, entitled to have a copy of. For all these reasons, sir, it's a $2,500 cash secured bond. Setting your next court date, it's going to be on April 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado. I'm ordering, sir, that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, possess no firearms or weapons. In fact, the court's ordering that you need to surrender any firearms that you may have to the Tucson Police Department within 48 hours of your release. The court's also ordering that you have no contact with Tiala Webb and Marcelo Wise. Their position on contact could not be gotten before this court date. So because of that, I'm ordering that. Also, sir, please do not go back to the victim's residence or the incident location. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you, sir, so you will have an attorney to help you out. And then that takes care of it for today, sir. Other than to let you know that if you do get out of custody, sir, it's important that you come back to future court dates, because if you don't do that, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Also, trial could go forward in your absence if you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. You could lose the ability to appeal that conviction, sir. Do you understand? All right. Have a good day, sir.
But
Oh, yeah, sir.
check. Yeah. Judge.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me.
More unique Portrayal Davis Williams.
This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you some sort of obstruction charge, refusing to give your true name, I believe it was, is the allegation. Disorderly conduct, making excess noise. Assault is an act of domestic violence, and disorderly conduct is an act of domestic violence. You, sir, are presumed innocent of these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent as well. And in order to prepare for this hearing, review the information from pretrial services and the information in the probable cause statement that is included with the citation that is in the court's file. You'll get a copy of that, of course. And given that information, sir, I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. And additionally, if you post that bond, you get out of custody. So you're going to order that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, possess no firearms or weapons, have no contact of any kind with Serena Acevedo. I say that because Ms. Acevedo's position on whether or not she was okay with continued contact with you, that the pretrial services couldn't learn that before the court date, so that's why I ordered no contact for now. This includes do not go to the victim's residence or the incident location. Do you share a residence with Ms. Acevedo? Like, would you have stuff that you need to get from there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to check a box that allows you to go back to that shared residence one time with law enforcement to get personal belongings. And so you can do that, sir, get whatever you need to get out of the residence. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you, sir, so you are going to have an attorney on your case. Your next court date is going to be on April 22nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's going to be for a video review in front of Judge Million. If you're in custody, you'll be seen on video. If you're out of custody, you need to come back to court on that date, sir, and be there at 1:30 on the 22nd. You're going to get paperwork that says all this. So just a couple more things and then we'll be done. So if you do get out of custody, it's important that you come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant could issue for arrest and trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial without being present and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, then you could lose your ability to appeal the conviction. You, sir, are excused. Have a good day. Huh? I don't think. Good morning, ma'am. Please tell me your name. I think we're muted.
That was me. Sorry about that.
Ms. Ruth Alvarez?
All right, Ms. Alvarez, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on, I think, 4 different matters. So there's 3 felony related matters and then 1 misdemeanor. So the 3 felonies allege 3 different cases involving charges of simple drug possession. So possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. Those 3 charges are true in 2 of the 3 cases. Then the 3rd case is it alleges a possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a misdemeanor charge of criminal trespass in the 1st degree. That's alleged to have happened earlier today. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, ma'am. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do, of course, have the right to remain silent. And in order to prepare for the hearing this morning, I did review the information from pretrial services, did also review the information in the state's request, and the state is requesting a $5,000 bond on each of the 3 matters, the felony matters. And then we're going to talk about the Tucson City Court matter momentarily. Mr. Kaler, anything further on the felonies?
Your Honor, here, I think a bond is appropriate, especially considering the new city court case, which shows she's not complying with pretrial release conditions. So, Your Honor, I ask for the $5,000 bond in each case.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Michael?
While we understand the failures to appear indicate that bond is more appropriate for pretrial release, we think that $5,000 needs to be justified with more than simply failures to participate. We think lower bonds would be appropriate, especially in a deposit bond such as this.
All right, thank you. So the court is going to hold Ms. Alvarez on a $2,000 cash secured bond on each of these 3 matters. Ma'am, it's important if you do post that bond and you get out of custody, it's really important that you come back to court, because things have a way of just basically getting worse if you don't come back to court. You could get warrants for your arrest, and then a higher bond could be imposed at future court dates and so forth. So it's important that you do that. Additionally, I'm going to order as to each of these 3 cases that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And also, if you post the bond, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. On all 3 of these cases, your next court date is going to be an arraignment, and that's going to be on 1 week from today, on Thursday, the 23rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. The legal defender is going to represent you, ma'am, on all 3 of these cases. So if you do post the bond and you get out of custody, it's really, really important that you come back to your arraignment next Thursday at 1:30. Because if you don't do that, a new warrant is likely on each of these 3 cases, and things will just get worse from there potentially. So that takes care of the felonies. Give me just a second. All right, then we're going to talk about the city court matter, which is the lone remaining matter that alleges, again, criminal trespass. It's alleged to have happened about 1:45 this morning. And on that, just a second. I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on that matter. Your next court date is going to be a video review, and that's going to be on April 24th at 1:45 in the afternoon. It's going to be in front of Judge Mayhew. I am going to appoint the city public defender to represent you, ma'am. And also going to order that you not go back to the incident location, have no contact with the alleged victim. And then that takes care of it. Other than, I got to tell you one more thing, given that this is a city court case. So it's important that you come back to your future city court dates, not only because of warrant that I mentioned earlier, but also because trial could go forward in your absence if you did not show up to that trial date and you were convicted in your absence and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. You could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
And can I get the city court date one more time?
The 24th, that's Friday the 24th at 1:45 in the afternoon for a video review.
Thank you.
You got it. What's that?
All the way up.
Morning, sir.
Morning,
Please tell me your name.
Alejandro Barajas.
All right, Mr. Barajas, just a second. All right, so this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug, you possess dangerous drugs, you possess drug paraphernalia, small quantities of drugs, so it's just a simple possession charges. You're presumed innocent of these allegations, or anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. So you also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I do have an attorney for you, sir. It's going to be contract attorney Brianna Perez. Her information is going to be on the paperwork that you get. She's with the Office of South and Right. And also, you do have a matter out of justice court that we're going to talk about. Actually, just a second. All right, so it actually turns out you have two cases that allege this possession. One of them is new. One of them is alleged to have happened on January 31st of this year. So we're going to talk about the new one first, and that's Brianna Perez is going to be on both of your cases. And as to the new one, the state is requesting that I hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond, and also that I set what's called a smart court or steps court hearing. And then as to the older case that alleges similar allegations, $500 bond, not setting a smart court hearing, steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Michael.
We're just wondering if there was reason for why there wouldn't be steps court on both matters and only one.
So one of them, it looks like it's basically a post-indictment matter. So the steps opportunity arises in pre-indictment context, and it appears that he may have previously failed to appear in relation to the other case. So that's why it's not listed as steps eligible. Yep, you got it. And the court does note that Mr. Barajas is a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. So the court is going to impose the $1,000 cash secured bond on the new arrest. we're going to set that for a smart court, a steps court. I keep seeing smart court, steps court hearing. And that's going to be on Thursday, the 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning. If you do post bond, you get out of custody, sir. It's going to be no alcohol, illegal drugs. And so the steps thing that I keep talking about, sir, so it looks like you might be eligible for a program called steps, which assuming that you're eligible for it, in my opinion, it's a decent opportunity in the sense that it gives you the ability to have your entire case dismissed without ever being indicted, let alone convicted. Basically, what you would agree to do, sir, is agree to participate in some drug treatment and stay in contact with pretrial services as your case plays out. If you take care of what the program requires of you and you get it all done, then the case would be dismissed. You don't have to make a decision on that today, sir. You may or may not be eligible for it. But is that something that you're interested in learning more about, sir?
Yes.
All right, in light of that, the steps court hearing is going to be 1 week from today. That's Thursday, the 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning. If you're still in custody on that date, sir, you'll be brought to court and you can learn more about the program and enter into it if you'd like to. If you're out of custody, it's important that you come back to that court date next Thursday at 9 o'clock in Superior Court, because if you don't do that, then a warrant will issue, or it could issue for your arrest, sir. And so that takes care of the new arrest. Other than that, the preliminary hearing date on that is going to be April 27th. I didn't continue it out given that he's being held. So, and then we're going to talk about the warrant matter. On that one, as I said earlier, the state's requesting that $500 cash secured bond. I'm going to impose that $500 requested bond as to that one. The next court date on that one is going to be an arraignment, and that's 1 week from today on Thursday, the 23rd, 1:30 in the afternoon. Court's going to order no alcohol or illegal drugs on that one as well. And Brianna Perez is attorney on that one as well. And so, sir, you got two court dates on the 23rd. If you're still in custody, you'll be you'll be brought to court and seen on video for them. If you're out of custody, though, it's important that you spend a fair amount of time down at the courthouse next Thursday. All right. If you don't show up, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You are excused.
What about the justice court?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. My apologies. I'm jumping down here. Actually, there is no justice court matter. One thing that I didn't note also as it relates to Mr. Barajas is that there does appear to be a probation hold. So regardless of whatever conditions I said he was going to be held, looks like there's a probation hold that is issued. However, there are no misdemeanor matters. So that is at least some good news there. So that takes care of it, Mr. Barajas. Sir, you are excused.
What do you have?
Good morning.
Good morning. So just in case, I said, they tell me if I got arrested, if they probably had misdemeanor, the felony.
Yep.
We're ready to go, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, could you please tell me your name?
It's Cruz, C-R-U-Z, Cruz Blair.
All right, thank you very much. This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on two matters. The first is an initial appearance that relates to a case that you were indicted on out of Pima County Superior Court, alleging 2 counts, 1 count of criminal damage, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. And the underlying conduct is alleged to have happened in December of 2025. Then I'm also seeing you on 2 counts of disorderly conduct, which are alleged to be misdemeanors that are alleged to have happened yesterday, and that's out of Tucson City Court. And so on all this stuff, you are presumed innocent, ma'am. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And on the felony matter, I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. And
Okay.
I am, in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information and the state's recommendation, which is a $2,500 cash secured bond. And Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, just to note the failure to appear, it does appear that Ms. Cuellar was seen again after the case was refiled at initial appearances on March 30th, and then she failed to appear at arraignment. So, Your Honor, I think given the failure to appear, history of bond is appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Michael?
We just want to know that the failure to appear history is mixed up in a little bit more of a sophisticated process than is typical in these cases due to like, a dismissal and then refiling. We understand that the appearance after refiling, but this stuff isn't always extremely transparent to people. So we'd recommend pretrial services, frankly, and just more contact with pretrial services, a little bit more handholding through the process. But if the court doesn't feel that's appropriate due to past failures, we just want to note the defense age, 38, unemployed, no address. So given the lack of means, we think $2,500 is a little excessive.
So the court does note that Ms. Cuellar is a 6 out of 6 on the pretrial services failure to appear metric. However, I do believe that a $1,000 cash secured bond would be appropriate in this matter. So that's what I'm going to do. The next court date is going to be an arraignment, and that's going to be 1 week from today, 1:30 in the afternoon on Thursday, the 23rd, 1:30 in the afternoon in Superior Court. Ms. Cuellar, I am going to order that you not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Also, if you post a bond, you get out of custody, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please submit to any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to submit to. And then as it relates to I'm also going to order no contact with the alleged victim on that as well. I neglected to say that. On the city court matter, I am going to release you on that matter. But it's important that you come back to court dates for really anything, but the city court stuff is, of course, included in that. And I'm going to set what's called a non-transport review for that. That's going to be on May 15th at 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you're still in custody, ma'am, you will be seen on video for that in Tucson City Court. If you're out of custody, it's important that you come back to that court date in person. And setting your next court date is going to be a non-transport review and a pretrial. So on the disorderly conduct, I'm also ordering that you not have any contact with the alleged victims. And I am going to appoint the city public defender to represent you, ma'am, given that you're being held on the felony matter. And that takes care of it, other than to let you know that not only could a warrant issue for your arrest if you don't come back to future court dates, but you could also lose the ability to appeal your conviction if you were convicted what's called in absentia without you being present at trial because you did not show up, and you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction. You would lose the ability to appeal the conviction. Do you understand that?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. And just a second.
So I'm gonna be going back there instead of leaving.
Good to know. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Kristen Drinsky.
Second. Mr. Drinsky, I'm seeing you on a few different matters, one of which alleges new felony charges alleging possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, and then I'm seeing you on new misdemeanor charges that allege shoplifting and possession of drug paraphernalia, and then I'm seeing you also on 5 failures to appear at a Tucson City Court alleging disorderly conduct, DUI, knowingly displaying a fictitious plate, and criminal trespass. So on all of this stuff, you are presumed innocent, sir. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent. So as it relates to the felony matter, before we turn to the city court stuff, I have reviewed the information provided by pretrial services, the interim complaint, and then also the state's recommendation, which is that I set a $500 bond and also a steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, given the history of failure to appear and the multiple pending misdemeanors, I think some sort of bond is appropriate. But it's true that the nature of this case and the lack of felony history would otherwise indicate, I think, for release.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael.
He doesn't have any bonds that are applied in the misdemeanor cases?
So we're going to talk about those in a minute. I'm inclined to hold him on the city matters as well, just because he does have 5 failure to appear warrants, and I'm seeing him on this morning. And pretrial services says that he's a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale.
Yes, that's understood. So just in light of that, if you are inclined to hold him on the misdemeanor matters, the failures to appear, basically all the court's concerns are confined to that misdemeanor. So we'd say that when it comes to the felony matter, we're asking for release to pretrial services because of all the other this year that would indicate that would be appropriate to get a transition steps. And then when it comes to those failures to appear, to address that in the court where those have happened, and maybe in conjunction, the two courts can work towards some kind of facilitated release to encourage his participation in steps.
So I am going to hold him on a $250 cash secured bond as it relates to the felony. And additionally, order that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you do post that bond, sir, you're out of custody. You're going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also, it looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS. And so STEPS, essentially what it is it gives you an ability to have this felony case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. What you would agree to do, sir, is you'd agree to participate in drug treatment. And you also agree to stay in contact with pretrial services as your case plays out. If you get the treatment done and you stay in contact with pretrial services, you can have your entire case dismissed. You don't need to make a decision on that today, but is that something you're interested in learning more about?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to set a STEPS court hearing 1 week from today. It's going to be on Thursday, April 23rd, 9 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be in Maricopa County Superior Court. It's going to be in front of Judge Miller. She's on the 3rd floor. So if you're in custody, you'll be brought to court for that hearing. If you're out of custody, you will be you'll need to show up for that hearing, because if you don't do that, you can lose the ability to participate in this STEPS opportunity. So that takes care of the felony. And I think I said this, but public defender's appointed to represent you, sir. Preliminary hearing is April 27th, 1:30. Moving to the city matters. Again, I did relay what those charges, what the failures to appear relate to. On those matters, I am going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. It's going to be one bond for all cases. And I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you. Also order that you not drive without a valid driver's license, have no contact with the alleged victims. And city public defender is going to be your attorney, as I think I said. And your next court date is going to be a video review. That's going to be on Friday, April 24th, 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Perina. And then, sir, if you bond out, you're out of custody, you got to come back to court, because if you don't do that, not only could you get a warrant, but trial could go forward in these cases in your absence. And if that happened and you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you could lose, and if you were convicted, I should say, you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand that?
Sir.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Anders.
Thank you. Thanks. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Ian Anders.
All right. Just a second. So this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on 3 felony charges. One that alleges possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense. One alleges possession of a narcotic drug, and the other alleges possession of drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations. You do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say about them could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm appointing the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, review the information pre-trial and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Mr. Michael, are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do. Mr. Enders, you are going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. And your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 6th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Court's also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and of course, submit to any monitoring or treatment that pretrial asks you to. And it's really important that you stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender and then come back to future court dates. Because if you don't do that, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You could find yourself in that same seat you're in now, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're excused.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies.
Yeah.
We are requesting a steps hearing be set for Mr. Enders. I understand there is a charge that is not normally steps eligible. I've been in conversation with Peter Goodman, who is the supervisor of the steps program on our end. And he's indicated that given the charges here and the information that I've seen in the interim complaint, I think it's appropriate to screen Mr. Enders for the steps program.
You don't need to convince me. I'm all good with that. So,
Okay. I can keep arguing, but I'll let you.
You literally, I feel like you're doing my job today. I was about to say the same thing.
All right. So what we're going to do then is we're going to set a steps hearing. You're still released. So that's obviously no change on the release. Your next court date is going to be a steps hearing. That's going to be 1 week from today on April 23rd, 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So that's going to be in Superior Court downtown on the 3rd floor in front of Judge Miller. Okay. So steps is a good opportunity because what it means is that if you complete what the program asks of you, you complete some drug treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem, and you stay in contact with the pretrial services while your case is playing out. If you get all that taken care of, the case gets dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. So it's a good deal, in my opinion. So what I'm doing is I'm setting that hearing next Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning, just so you can learn more about the program. Talk to an attorney that is, your attorney to talk you through it, answer any questions you have, that sort of thing. And then if you want to sign up for it, great. You can sign up for it at that time, sir. So does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you willing to waive time on the PH given that he's released?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to set the preliminary hearing date. That's actually going to be on June 1st now instead of May 6th, June 1st at 1:30. And so that takes care of it. Mr. Enders, your excuse, sir.
Thank you.
You got it. And sorry, Mr. Kaler, I missed the check box on that, but you persuaded me well. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name. All right. Is it Escarcega Martinez?
Correct.
So this is your initial appearance, sir. I'm seeing you on one charge that alleges that you possessed a weapon while being a prohibited possessor. You're presumed innocent of that allegation. Anything you say about it could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You do have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services. I am inclined to follow that recommendation, given that essentially Mr. Escarcega was fairly, he kind of fessed up to having the gun, which I think is good from an officer safety standpoint. So, Mr. Michael, anything you need to be heard on that?
No, Your Honor. It can all be dealt with at this future hearing.
Thank you. So, Mr. Escarcega Martinez, I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on May 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's important that you stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office because they can tell you more about that. Court's also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And then one last thing, and then we're done. You just got to come back to future court dates, sir, because if you don't do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You could find yourself back in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a good day. You're excused. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Gabriel Espinosa.
Okay, Espinosa, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple different things. So I'm seeing you on new charges that allege that you committed 2 counts of organized retail theft, 9 counts of aggravated shoplifting, which is basically class 4 shoplifting, 1 count of a class 5 shoplifting, 1 count of class 5 theft by control. I'm also seeing you on 4 warrants alleging failure to appear out of Tucson City Court. On all these matters, you're presumed innocent. Anything you say about them could be used against you. I'm going to talk about the felony matters first, and then we'll move from there. So in order to prepare for the hearing, I did review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,500 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, given the risk of failure to appear and Mr. Espinoza's felony history, I think bond is appropriate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Michael.
We agree about bond, but we disagree about the amount. Unsurprisingly, I think that the lower amount is appropriate because the low means, which are not only indicated by the history collected by pretrial services, but also the nature of the crimes.
Thank you for that. I am going to impose that $1,500 cash secured bond. The court notes that Mr. Espinoza presents as a 6 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale, 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. If you post that bond, sir, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. I'm also going to order that you not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not go back to any Marshall store, period. Please do not go back there. And your next court date's a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 27th, 1:30 in the afternoon. So please stay in contact with your attorney because they can tell you more about what's going on with all that. And if you don't come back to future court dates, sir, you could get a warrant. So that takes care of the felony matter. Then moving on to the city court for failures to appear.
And that's public defender is the attorney on that matter, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
You got it. So on the city court failures to appear, sir, I am going to hold you on a $1,000 bond on the city court failures to appear. And also going to appoint an attorney to represent you. It's going to be the city public defender. Your next court date's going to be a video review. That's going to be on April 23rd. And that's going to be at 1:45 in the afternoon in front of Judge Blue. Additionally, I'm ordering that you not go back to any of the incident locations that are alleged to be involved here. And that takes care of it. All right, sir, Mr. Espinoza, one last thing, then we're done. Not only could you get a warrant if you don't come back to court, but also trials in the city court matters could go forward in your absence if you were convicted at those trials and could not be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you were not present at the court process. Then you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Good.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Yep.
You're
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please tell me your name?
Healer.
All right, and this is your initial appearance. Seeing you on a couple charges, one of which alleges lawful flight from a pursuing law enforcement vehicle. The other alleges possession of drug paraphernalia. You are presumed innocent of all of these allegations, and you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County legal defender to represent you. You also have the right to remain silent. I don't know if I said that, and anything you say about the matter could be used against you. So in order to prepare for the hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint. I reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,500 cash secured bond, and that takes care of it. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, Miss Ewart does not have any felony history. She does have a history of failing to appear. She did flee from a lawful stop, as alleged in the interim complaint. Given that, Your Honor, and the concerning nature of that offense, we think some sort of bond is appropriate here.
Thank you, Mr. Michael.
Your Honor, I'm not seeing the failures to appear history on mine, so perhaps there contained in the misdemeanor history, but there was nothing in the record that I could see that indicated a community risk. We understand the nature of flight in an instant that is high pressure, but we think that pretrial services and support would be a much more appropriate way to address those concerns. We want to draw the court's attention to the fact that Ms. Seward is 52 years old, is disabled, has lived in Tucson for 49 years with no prior felony history, and has a home. So again, we think that some additional structure and continued contact with PTS would be far more appropriate than the bond last year.
The pretrial services does note a 5 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale, but I see what you mean as far as attachment A not referencing any criminal history. I'm assuming that's just because of the absence of felony criminal history. In any event, I am willing to give you a chance, Ms. Ewart. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but a couple things that are pretty important. At the top of the list is coming back to future court dates. All right, so I need you to do that. And additionally, the court's going to order that you not drive without a valid driver's license, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on May 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So this releases to pretrial, so please stay in touch with them and do what they ask you to do. And to stay in contact with your attorney at the legal defender's office. You'll get more information on that because they can tell you what all's going on with that May court date and when you need to show up, all that good stuff, okay? So if you don't come back, you could get a warrant. So it's really important that you come back to future court dates, all right? You're excused.
Thank you very much.
On?
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Ron.
Please tell me your name.
Aaron Collins.
This is your initial appearance. Second. I'm seeing you on charges that allege it's actually an indictment that alleges charges of aggravated assault controlling an officer's firearm, aggravated assault on a peace officer, 2 counts of aggravated assault using a simulated deadly weapon, and then resisting arrest. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent, okay? So also, and you do have the right to be represented by an attorney, I should say that as well. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $10,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, given the nature of the offenses alleged here, the failure to appear in this case, we would ask the court impose the $10,000 amount in the warrant.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Michael?
Your Honor, because if it's based on a warrant for failure to appear, we feel pretrial service is actually appropriate. It seems that the failure to appear was due to some kind of, allegedly it's due to some kind of miscommunication with the attorney, but regardless, his current presence here is effectively a sanction for that failure to appear. He's 38 years old and unemployed. He has a family that will support him and grant him third-party custody and transport. His only prior was 10 years ago. So we understand the allegations are serious, but we feel that giving him a chance on pretrial services with support and with more effective communication with his attorney will solve the problem that began this current arrest.
Thank you very much. The court is going to impose that $10,000 cash secured bond, and really the main reason is that it appears, according to pretrial services, that he was previously held on a $7,500 bond, plus pretrial services supervision. He posted that bond and then failed to appear thereafter. So it seems as though, in the court's estimation anyways, that a bond is important at this stage to really incentivize him showing up because it didn't work the first time. At least that's what the information suggests. So a $10,000 cash secured bond. Your next court date, sir, is going to be an arraignment. It's going to be 1 week from today on Thursday, April 23rd, 1:30 in the afternoon. Going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with the alleged victims. And it's really important that if you bond out again, sir, really important that you come back to that arraignment a week from today, because if you do not come back to that arraignment a week from today, you'll get another warrant and then you may be in that same seat again. Okay?
Thanks, Ron.
You're excused. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Jaden McGrady.
Right. Mr. McGrady, this is your initial appearance. Seeing you on charges that allege one count of aggravated assault and then one count of aggravated robbery. You are presumed innocent of these allegations. Anything you say about them could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent, of course, as well. And you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County legal advocate to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $10,000 cash and secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, the nature of the allegations in the interim complaint are concerning, given the nature of this charge, and also, Your Honor, Mr. McGrady's juvenile record, which was noted by pretrial. We would ask the court to impose that $10,000 bond.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Michael.
Your Honor, we understand the nature of the allegations with one towards a bond at the very least, and perhaps a higher bond just purely based on the allegations, but also his age, being 19 years old, a full-time employed, lifelong Tucsonan, having a family residence and support. We think that at least a lower bond would be justified, weighing both into account.
Thank you very much. Just a second. All right, so Mr. McGrady, I'm going to hold you on a $5,000 cash secured bond. And if you post that bond, sir, it's really important that you come back to court, because if you don't, you'll get another warrant most likely, and you'll probably be in the same seat that you're in right now. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on April 27th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the legal advocate, because they can talk to you more about that. Also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you post a bond, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with, and then that takes care of it, sir. You are excused. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
Michael Medina.
Medina, this is your initial appearance. Seeing you on a charge that alleges you committed aggravated driving under the influence. You're presumed innocent of that allegation. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about the case could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointed the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, review the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional at this time.
Thank you. And Mr. Michael?
Your Honor, due to his means and also the fact that his brother is willing to provide third-party custody and transport, he had a 3-year break before this incident began. We think that pretrial services with conditions to address nature would be appropriate, but at the very least a low bond.
All right, thank you. Just a second. All right, Mr. Medina, if I do release you, I need you to follow 3 important conditions. Are you willing to hear me out right now, loud and clear, as I tell you about them?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you need to not drive without a valid driver's license, you need to not consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you need to come back to court. Are you willing to do those 3 things?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right, in light of that, I'm willing to take a chance on you, sir. I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Again, no alcohol or illegal drugs, don't drive without a valid driver's license. And that preliminary hearing is the next court date. That's on May 6th at 1:30. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office, because they can tell you more about that process and so forth. And if you don't come back to future court dates, sir, you're probably going to get a warrant for your arrest. So it's really important that you do that, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You got it. You're excused.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
Please tell me your name.
Dwayne Mester.
This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed some different counts. 1 count of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, 1 count of domestic violence, kidnapping, 3 counts of aggravated assault, impede breathing. and then 1 count of endangerment. All of these counts are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. You're presumed innocent of them. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And and you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $50,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further, sir?
Your Honor, we would ask that the court consider the nature of these offenses. Additionally, Your Honor, as I've noted in my recommendation, the nature of this case, the allegation of intimate partner strangulation, that is associated with a higher lethality in the future for the victims of those crimes. Given that, Your Honor, we're asking for no contact order with the victim and that $50,000 bond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael.
Your Honor, all the other indicia related to this offense points towards pretrial services to me. I think the victim is the authority on the danger that he potentially poses. They have expressed desire to have contact with him upon release and no objection to his release from custody. He's 30 years old with full-time employment. He's a lifelong Tucsonan with no felony history and no prior misdemeanor DV history. We understand the nature is violent, but our PTS skills are 1 out of 1 on both. So all objective criteria say pretrial services here, and the victims seem to welcome and encourage release to pretrial services as well. We join those recommendations wholeheartedly and ask for PTS release.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to pose a $25,000 cash secured bond for Mr. Messner. So, sir, if you post that bond, you're out of custody. You're ordered to not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, not consume it either. No firearms or weapons, no acts of domestic violence. You will be supervised by pretrial if you post that bond, so please submit to any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to submit to. I am ordering that you have no contact with the alleged victim, that you not go back to the alleged victim's residence or place of work. I realize that she may be okay with contact, but the court's not okay with it right now, so I'm ordering accordingly. And your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing, and that's going to be on April 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be a preliminary hearing, so please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office, sir, because I can tell you more about what all that means and when you need to come back to court and so forth. Last thing from me is that you do need to come back to future court dates, because if you do not do that, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest and you could find yourself back in custody. All right, you are excused. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Yeah.
All right, it's Padilla Guzman, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Nathan. All right, so sir, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a narcotic drug, possess drug paraphernalia, and you're presumed innocent of these allegations, and you do have the right to remain silent about them. And just a second. So in order to prepare, you do that, I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from the pretrial services, along with the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services and set a steps court hearing. Mr. Michael, any objection to that?
None whatsoever.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do. So, Mr. Guzman, a couple things. So first of all, it looks like you may be eligible for a program called STEPS, which can be a good opportunity, because what it is it gives you an opportunity to have this entire case dismissed before you ever get indicted, let alone convicted. So that's a good opportunity in and of itself. It also gives you an opportunity to receive some support as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem. So the way it works, you don't need to make a decision today. I'll just kind of give you the rundown of it real quick. Is the way it works is you'd agree to participate in some drug treatment as it relates to a possible substance abuse problem, and stay in contact with pretrial services while your case is playing out. And if you do all those things that they ask you to do, then the entire case gets dismissed before you get indicted. Is that something you're interested in learning more about, sir?
Yeah, so that basically like we had detox and all that stuff.
Yeah. It's along those lines, sir. So you hit the nail on the head. So, okay, so what I'm doing is I'm setting your next court date. It's going to be what's called a steps court hearing. That's 1 week from today. That's going to be on Thursday, April 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's going to be in front of Judge Miller. She's in Superior Court on the 3rd floor. And so it's important that you come back to that court date next Thursday because you'll learn more about the STEPS program. And if you want to do it after speaking with an attorney about it, then great, you can do that. Also releasing you, I haven't said that yet, but I am going to release you from custody today's date. And I'm setting your next, willing to waive time on the PH, Mr. Michael?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to set,
For this, I need that.
We're good, Your Honor.
okay, so I'm also setting what's called a preliminary hearing on June 1st. That's just for further down the road. Just stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender. They can talk to you more about that. The really big thing, sir, is that you need to come to that court date a week from today to learn more about STEPS. And if you want to do it, you have the opportunity to do so then. All right, sir, you're excused. You should be out of the jail in the next couple hours or so.
Thank you.
You got it.
Price?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I keep forgetting to do that. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
Corey Price.
Right, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on one charge of, it's a domestic violence related charge, and it alleges, actually, I'm sorry, there's one felony, 2 misdemeanors. The felony charge is a class 5. It's a aggravated assault, impeded breathing. It's alleged to be an act of domestic violence, and then 2 misdemeanors alleging, one alleging disorderly conduct fighting, the other alleging domestic violence assault. On all these matters, you're presumed innocent. The incident is alleged to have happened on April 13th. You do have the right to remain silent about these matters, and anything you say about these matters could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $50,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, I would just again note the nature of the allegations here involve intimate partner strangulation, and the risk that offense poses demonstrates for future offenses. Given that, Your Honor, I believe the $50,000 bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Michael, sir?
Your Honor, we want to note that the victim does not object to his release and welcomes further contact with him. He's 30, but has spent more than half of his life here. He's employed with no felony history, no misdemeanor DV history. So while this is a serious allegation that we're facing, we believe that pretrial services release is appropriate. They do not live together, although she welcomes future contact. So we believe that if the court has continued concerns about that conditions of release are appropriate to manage them.
All right, thank you very much. So the court is going to hold Mr. Price on a $15,000 cash secured bond. So Mr. Price, if you post that bond, you are going to be released to pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Also going to order that you not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. And so given that it sounds like you may live at a different residence from the alleged victim, do you have any belongings at her residence that you would need to get, sir?
She has belongings at my residence.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's interesting. So for that, she would need to, well, I'm not going to make any orders as it relates to that today, sir, but that's something that may need to be addressed with the judge in the future. So even though she's okay with contact, I'm ordering no contact with the alleged victim. Do not go back to her residence or place of work, and appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. And so your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's on April 27th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Please just stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can tell you more about all that. And you need to come back to future court dates because if you do not do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest. All right? Your excuse, sir.
Do we have misdemeanors in this case, sir?
Yes, we do. I'm sorry. I keep jumping the gun on this. So we do have the 2. Take a seat for a second, sir. We're almost done. So we do also have the 2 misdemeanors out of Tucson City Court. And so on those, I'm going to release you on those. And your next court date is going to be All right, so your next court date is going to be a non-transport review. That's going to be on May 19th. And that's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon in Tucson City Court, so a different courthouse. And it's going to be in front of Judge Million. As I said, I'm releasing you on the city matter. No alcohol, illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence. I'm appointing the city public defender on that as well, sir. Do not return to the victim's residence or the incident location. And that takes care of it. Other than on the city court matter, if you fail to appear in the future, sir, a trial could go forward in your absence. If that trial happened without you being present and you were convicted at that trial, can be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Okay, sir, you're excused. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Morning, Reno.
All right, Mr. Reno, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you possess a dangerous drug, possess a narcotic drug, and possess drug paraphernalia. And these things are alleged to have happened yesterday. And you do have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I'm appointed the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And in order to prepare for this hearing, sir, I did review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 bond in lieu of a no bond hearing and set a steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further on that? All right, Mr. Michael? All right, so court's going to impose a $1,000 cash secured bond, and you'll be released to pretrial services if you post that bond. Next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on April 27th, 1:30 in the afternoon. No alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm also setting what's called a steps court hearing. So you might be eligible for a program called Steps, Mr. Reno. And so what it is if you agree to do some drug treatment and stay in contact with pretrial services and you follow through on doing what's asked of you, then it's possible that the entire case could be dismissed. And so what I'm going to do to see whether or not you're eligible for that, you may not be looking at your criminal history, but we're going to set a steps court hearing, and that's going to be 1 week from today on Thursday, April 23rd, 9 o'clock in the morning, to see whether or not you're eligible for it. And if you want to take advantage of it, then you can do it at that time. So that takes care of it, sir, other than to let you know that if you do get out of custody, you got to come back to court, because if you don't do that, you'll get a new warrant for your arrest and you will find yourself back in custody. Your excuse, sir. Have a good day.
Here, thank you.
Ruiz?
Sorry.
Good morning.
Sir, could you please tell me your name?
Jose Reese.
Ruiz, I'm seeing you on a couple things. Give me a moment.
Take your time.
All right, so I am seeing you on new felon charges that allege that you committed aggravated harassment and disorderly conduct with a weapon or instrument. 3 counts of disorderly conduct, and all 4 of those items are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. And then we also have 2 failures to appear out of Tucson City Court, alleging 1 count of disorderly conduct as an act of domestic violence, another count of interfering with a judicial proceeding and as an act of domestic violence. And so you're presumed innocent on all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. In order to prepare for the hearing or review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $25,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further? Looks like Mr. Kaler may have had tech issues. Mr. Michael, I'll come to you, and then if he comes back on, we'll hear from him.
Okay. Well, we're interested to hear what he has to say too, but I just want to, you already seen all these factors, but I'm going to reiterate them. This is that he's 21 years old, that the prior history is all related to TV stuff with the family who are the victims, but nonetheless, they welcome release and contact. They encourage it. They want to provide custody and transport. It seems like this is related to participation with the court as the court has gotten involved with these incidents. And so it seems complex, but we do feel nonetheless, despite the failure to ignore history, that ETS with structure and support, giving them another chance might be appropriate, but at the very least, a lower bond, because I mean, with the $25,000 bond, given all the factors in this case, it borders on good.
All right, thank you very much. Just a moment. I'll give Mr. Taylor some time to get back. And then if you have a last word after he provides his input, if he gets on, then I'll give it to you.
We appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're still missing Mr. Taylor, so I am going to impose a $7,500 cash secured bond. The court does note that Mr. Ruiz does appear to be pending in 2 other misdemeanor DV cases, which we're going to talk about momentarily. So that's certainly an additional concern the court has. So $7,500 cash secured bond. We're going to set a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on April 27th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Mr. Ruiz, sir, I'm ordering that you possess no firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you post a bond, please submit to any monitoring or treatment that PTS, pretrial services, asks you to submit to. And ordering that you have no contact with the alleged victims, do not go back to the incident location. And then we're going to talk about the city court matter. And again, public defender is going to represent you, sir. So that takes care of that.
Mr. Taylor is back, Your Honor.
Okay, I see you, Mr. Taylor. So we just, looks like you may have some tech issues. So on Mr. Ruiz, did you want to be heard further on that? You did, state did request a $25,000 cash secured bond. I did land on 7,500 cash secured, noted Mr. Ruiz's other misdemeanor DV cases that he's pending in, along with the facts of this case. But did you need to be heard further on that?
Your Honor, it sounds like you noted the things that I would have argued. So nothing further.
Okay, thank you on that. So now the misdemeanors out of city court. So Mr. Ruiz, on these, just a second. I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash secured bond on the misdemeanor matters. Your next court date is going to be in front of Judge Blue, and that's going to be for a video review on April 23rd at 1:45 in the afternoon. Also going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victims. Do not go to the alleged victims' residence or incident locations. I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you. And also one last thing on these is that you need to come back to warrant, but also trial. On the city court matters could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at these trials and could not be sentenced within 90 days of these convictions, then you would lose the ability to appeal the convictions. So thank you, sir. You are excused.
Come in. All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. Can the interpreter hear me?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. I'm going to get started, and I will just go straight through the victim's rights advisement and then let you, well, or the person has headphones, and we just have one. So, okay, great. We'll go simultaneous. All right. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for April 16th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the first of the month will also apply to these hearings. I will now read the victim's rights advisement for those victims who are present in court or observing the proceedings remotely. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised they have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial in the case, the right to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the prosecutor's office. All right, and then let me have our Spanish speaker please come forward. Mr. Duran, please come to the podium. I think he's also hard of hearing.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll ask for the interpreter, this is for you. Has he been responding to you when you talk to him?
Your Honor, normally the inmates don't speak much during the advisory. I can hear noises, Your Honor, movement, but no actual words.
Okay, give me a moment. Okay, now try talking to him. Oh, and I'm told we have a second.
No. He just needs the headphones.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, not a second interpreter. All right, Mr. Duran? Mr. Duran, can you hear the interpreter?
Okay.
And officer, were you able to turn it way up for him?
¿Puede subir el volumen de los el agente le va a subir los audífonos? Le va a subir el volumen.
Oh, yeah, and we could try closing the door. That'll help too. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Duran, can you hear the interpreter now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, sir, may I please have your full name and your date of birth?
Fernando Durán Ayala. Mi fecha de nacimiento es mes 4/28 del 55.
Fernando Duran Ayala. My date of birth is 4/28 of 55. Jose Garcia, CITS Court Interpreter.
Thank you, Mr. Duran Ayala. You have been arrested for one allegation of discharging a firearm in the city limits. That is a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for that offense. So I am appointing a lawyer for you, and I'm scheduling your next 2 court dates. Those will be a status conference, April 30th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That is 2 weeks from now. Your preliminary hearing will be held on May 4th at 8:30 in the morning, also in downtown Phoenix, and the court address will be on your paperwork. I am willing to release you to pretrial services in this case and to let you be out of custody without posting a bond. But Mr. Duran, I don't want you living where the complainant lives. That is your roommate. You cannot live where he lives. The court is very concerned about the gun allegation and the fact that you may have an older prior conviction from California. You may not legally be allowed to possess a weapon. I don't know that. The police have not accused you of being a prohibited possessor, but these allegations give the court concern. So I'm ordering you to stay somewhere else while the case is pending. You may do a civil standby with a law enforcement officer to collect some belongings, but you have to call the non-emergency number for Phoenix Police and request a civil standby. They'll send an officer to go with you to keep the peace while you collect some things. Don't have any contact with your roommate. Don't respond to any contact from him. Do not possess any weapons while the case is pending. No drugs without a valid prescription. No alcohol. You have a history of alcohol use. It is alleged that you were drunk when this happened. You are not to drink while the case is pending. Do you understand these conditions? Will you comply with them and come to court?
Sí. Sí.
Yes, yes.
All right. And if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your complete paperwork, and he'll let you out the door. Thank you.
The interpreter was unable to hear the response, Your Honor?
I'm not sure. Did you say something, Mr. Duran? I'm finished. Did you want to say anything else? Sí.
Yes.
Yes, you're finished, or yes, you want to say something?
Nada más que si me muevo de ahí, tengo que sacar mis cosas, mis carros, lo que tengo, mis herramientas de trabajo, y tengo que buscar dónde meterlos, porque si no los puedo tener ahí, pues dónde los pongo. En la calle no los puedo dejar. Son máquinas de herramientas, yo trabajo de soldador.
The only thing is that if I move, well, I have cars, I have tools there. I would need to find a place where to place them because I can't have them out on the street. It is it's equipment. I work in doing a welding.
Mr. Duran, I'm not ordering you to move permanently. I'm ordering you to stay somewhere else while the case is pending, at least until another judge orders differently. So I'm not ordering you to get all of your stuff out of that location. You can do a civil standby one time with a law enforcement officer to collect your most important things. But that is meant to be 20 to 30 minutes. You know, it's not going to be everything in the house. So you'll have to do the best you can with that.
Y no me puede dar más tiempo porque en 30 minutos no puedo sacar todo. Tengo mucha herramienta, muchas cosas pesadas. Y yo ya había conseguido a 3 casas de ahí donde me pasó esto, que me rentó la yarda un señor para meter allá mis cosas, para meter mis carros y mis herramientas. Y en 30 minutos no alcanzo a hacer nada. Necesito más tiempo o que me dé tiempo de estarla sacando.
Can I be granted more time? Because 30 minutes is just not enough time. I mean, we are talking about tools and heavy equipment. I had found a place 3 houses down the yard. A gentleman there allowed me to place my stuff, my cars, and my tools there. But 30 minutes is just not enough. Can I be granted more time or be granted to be able to get them out at another time?
Mr. Duran, we order that the police give you what time they have. We do not order how much time they give you. And so you will have to speak to the officer who comes to accompany you during that. They are not going to wait while you move a substantial amount of equipment. They will not wait hours. I'm fairly sure of that. But I'm not going to issue an order to them for that because this is not meant to be a permanent order. It's meant to be a for now order. So you get the amount of time that they're willing to give you on the day that it is arranged. So you can ask them how much time they're willing to give you that date. I just want for you to have a realistic expectation that they are not going to wait for you to move a lot of heavy equipment. So remember, right now, you are accused of a felony. Don't do anything to violate your release conditions. It is very serious. I understand your situation is inconvenient, but you must comply with release conditions. This is a felony case. Please step to your left, take your paperwork.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
¿Es todo?
Would that be it?
Yes, we're done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And if the interpreter could make a general call, that would be great.
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más esta mañana que esté presente y necesite los servicios de interpretación al idioma español? Si puede, por favor, levantar su mano ahora mismo.
Anybody else need an interpreter? Guys are all good?
Good. All right. Looks like we're good. Thank you. All right. Have a great day.
Likewise, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day, you and your staff.
All right. Let's go ahead and do Mr. Celaya's case then. Mr. Celaya Carrillo, will you please come to the podium? After that, Ana Moreno, if you go to the chair, you'll be after Mr. Celaya. Where is Mr. Celaya? He's in stripes. He's youngish, goatee stripes. Here he comes.
What's his name?
Celaya, he's coming. All right, so right here at the podium, please. All right, sir, I need your full name and your date of birth, please.
Kevin Carrillo Zelaya, born April 22nd, 2005.
All right, thank you. You are here on a new case. You were booked in on allegations of arson of a structure or property. That's a Class 4 felony. Third-degree burglary, a Class 4 felony. Criminal damage, currently alleged as a Class 6 misdemeanor. Class 6 felony. I would imagine that's going up because it's based on the value alleged, but at this moment, it at least is the value of a Class 6 felony. Also, interfering with judicial proceedings by violating the order or mandate of a court. That is a Class 1 misdemeanor. I am finding probable cause for all of those. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court dates will be a status conference, April 22nd, which is this coming Wednesday, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be April 24th at 8:30 in the morning in the same court. What's your question?
Can you, am I going to get a copy of
Correct, yes,
Okay.
it will all be on your paper.
Okay.
All right. Now, before I set conditions of bail or release in your case, I'm going to hear from any alleged victims who want to address the court. They are here present in court. I want you to keep eyes front because they're in the room over there. You can't see them anyway, and I don't want there to be any allegation that you might be attempting to intimidate them in court. I don't want that for you or for them. So I just want you to keep eyes front while I hear from them. All right, we're going to turn on the microphone. Okay, will somebody tap it just so we can verify? Okay, it's on. All righty. Thank you, and please let me know who's speaking and tell me what you wanted to say about conditions of bail or release. Please go ahead.
This is Anthony William Collier.
All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I would like an order of protection on me and my house, and I would like compensation for the damages on my vehicle. And I would also like him to stay in custody as I feel like could be targeted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is Rory Regina, and I don't want him to have contact with our daughter while this case is pending. Yeah, that's it.
And let me ask you, ma'am, thank you for being here. in a general sense, your daughter's not a victim of the alleged crimes unless she was in the order of protection, which I assume she was not. Is that correct?
No, but she was in the house where the car was at that he burnt down, and he knew that she was in there.
Okay, and that was what I was going to ask you is, so the court has power to make orders for the protection of any person or the community in general, meaning the court has powers beyond just orders for the protection of a specified victim. But in a case like this, the court might be willing to make a no contact order like that, but I would need to find that he poses a more generalized danger and or specific to that alleged victim. So I just want to get a clear picture of your overall situation. And so if I understand correctly, you're saying because there was a house, the police alleged that there was a house that had some damage to the garage door.
That's correct.
Is that the house that you're saying the defendant knew his child and your child was in?
Yes, me and his child both live in that house.
Okay, just 1 second, so I'll give you a chance to talk. All right, anything else that you wanted to say, ma'am?
No, that's it.
Okay, thanks. All right, now, Mr. Celaya, I'm going to give you a Fifth Amendment warning because you have the right to remain silent. Do you remember the recording that played before the hearing? You have the right to remain silent in a criminal case. Do you understand you have that right? I need a yes or no.
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you have the right to the assistance of a lawyer in this case?
Yeah.
All right. I have appointed one for you, but that person's not standing next to you. And lawyers can tell a person's side of the story without what they say being held against the person. You don't really enjoy that situation. This hearing's being audio and video recorded, and the things that you may choose to say could be used against you, either now or at any later hearing, including your trial in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that what is currently booked for you may not be the only charges that are brought against you in this case? Understanding all of that, Mr. Celaya, I would encourage you to tell me what you think I should set as far as bail or release conditions. I would not encourage you to talk about what you've been accused of. I'm not going to prevent you. I may warn you a second time if you go seriously down that path, but that's an attempt to protect your rights, not to prevent you from communicating what you want to communicate. But it sounds like you understand your rights, and I know it can be difficult to control the urge to respond to things that other people are saying about you, but it is not in your best interests to do that. That being said, I will let you if you choose to. Do you understand the warning that I just gave you?
Yes.
All right. What did you want to say on the subject of bail or release conditions?
Can you repeat that?
What did you want to say on the subject of bail or release conditions? Because that's the question before me right now. You're constitutionally entitled to bail in this case. I cannot hold you without bond. There's not a legal basis right now. So you're entitled to some form of release. The question is on what terms. I may set bail. I am currently inclined to set bail. I may give you an ankle monitor. I am currently inclined to put you on an ankle monitor. But I will hear what you want to recommend or what you have to say about that before I make my final decision. Go ahead.
I'm on probation for 2 years, and
I'm aware.
Yes, and like you said, I prefer to be on anchor monitor and be watched 24/7, so that they know I'm not going to do anything around the person or the victim or the two victims.
All right.
And I'm fine if you guys want to add 2 more years or 1 more year to that to my.
That's not possible, sir.
Oh.
That case is closed. You're on probation in it.
Okay, but if I prefer to be on anchor monitor and just work out and just fix things, and I'll be away from the victim. I just want something that makes me be away from the victim.
All right. I need 1 moment to type a couple things, and then I'm going to
good.
tell you what my decision is. What? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a third person? Oh, my apologies. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you very much. Let's get the microphone on, and I'll hear from that person. Okay, please go ahead.
My name is Sam Regina. I own the 7-acre property that Kevin set the car on fire. This is the second time now we've had to go through this. About a year ago, or approximately a year ago, Kevin broke all the windows out of Rory's car. Rory is my granddaughter, first off. She lives on the property with us. I have my 2 children, my 2 grandkids, and my 2 great-grandkids that live on the property. He set the house on fire by setting the car on fire with my granddaughter and his daughter and her daughter in the house. We've got a real problem with anger. Rory has informed me that he's been stalking her on a regular basis. She can't have a relationship with anybody. I'm concerned about what's going to happen when she does find somebody that's going to take care of her and her baby, and how Kevin's going to react. I would like you to take that into consideration. The other thing is, I don't want him on my property. He has no business. We watched it. We checked the cameras and found out that he jumped the fence and came onto the property. The property is gated with gates, block fence, 6-foot block fence all the way around. We have 3 homes there, and it's my family. So this really, it's unbelievable that this young man has done this twice now, and actually entered our property.
And let me just be sure that I understand, sir. What you're saying is that the prior time, it wasn't a fire. He broke out all the windows in the car, but he had jumped the fence to do it.
Well, that was not on the property. That was at another location.
Okay, but it didn't involve a fire?
No, didn't involve fire. No. So this is the second time that we've had a problem.
And let me ask you, sir, the police describes thermal damage to the garage door, which is a really vague term to me. Have you seen the damage to the door? Can you describe it?
Most definitely. I was up all night working on cleaning it up. The garage door needs to have new trim put on it. I think probably the glass needs to be replaced. It's an aluminum door. We don't know how much problems we have with the powder coat. But these are very high-end glass doors. There's 3 of them. The middle one is what was affected.
And so I see. So it was intense heat that appeared to have done it, or did it?
Absolutely.
Did it catch fire?
Majorly intense heat. The car is absolutely wiped out, burned to the ground. We have pavers. All the pavers have to be replaced. I have a fellow there working right now.
Okay.
Starting to clean it up.
Okay, thanks. Okay. All right. Anything else you wanted to say?
No, that's pretty much it. I'm concerned about Rory right now, and whether she can have a comfortable life, finding a mate over time, because this young man is not going to be involved in our lives any longer.
Okay. All right. I need a minute or 2 to type, everybody.
Thank you.
And then thank you. Okay. Everybody be patient. Oh, and can I just verify, the 2 of them have 1 child together?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Celaya, this is my decision. And I will say, even before we started, the court was extremely concerned about your case, that the allegations against you involve giant red flags for domestic violence. And not just domestic violence, domestic murder. And I'm not going to sugarcoat that. That the court's been doing this a long time. I've seen a lot of domestic violence cases. The type of behavior against you contains strong red flags for future homicide. And the setting of fires is one of the top things that indicates future violence potential. And I believe on these facts, the police have what we would call underbooked you. That what's alleged, if a person causes damage to a residential structure using a fire, it doesn't mean they had to set the fire on in any event. If they did that, it's a class 2 felony, as well as the 4 for burning the car. It's also the elements already for what the police described meet the elements of stalking. And on these facts, the more serious type of stalking, which is with the fear of causing serious physical injury or death to another person. What is alleged is a pattern of behavior, and what is alleged, is not trivial, not even a little. So, Mr. Celaya, the court is extremely concerned that you are unstable and you are violent, and that the reports from probation on your probation notes don't speak favorably of your compliance. But even if they had, Mr. Celaya, the facts alone, prior to hearing any of the information from the alleged victims, indicated that a very substantial bail is needed to protect them from you if you are out of custody, as well as an ankle monitor. And I do find on these facts, what's being alleged, it does give the court grave concern about the safety of your child. Also, it gives the court some concern that you might be willing to grab the child, and basically interfere with the mother's custody, and that the child is very likely not safe in your custody. I'm going to give you a second, okay? And so, for those reasons, I believe the least onerous amount of bail that should be set in your case, in compliance with all applicable law, is $50,000, and that is cash only. That means dollar for dollar. And if you post that, you go on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. I prohibit you from having contact with the alleged victims, any of them. You cannot have contact with your child. That supersedes all family court orders and all orders of protection. You need another order in this criminal case if you are to lawfully have contact with your child. And I will say, Mr. Celaya, non-compliance with that order will alone, even if you're ultimately acquitted in this case, if you don't comply with a no-contact order with your child, you're proving to a family court that you won't comply with court orders. This is a case in which you could very realistically face a prison sentence. You need to take this case very seriously. A single act in violation of no victim contact order in a criminal case, the code section is in my order. A single act of harassment, which can be one text. I always tell people, one text. If you were booked in for harassment and the court found that it was harassing, a single text could get you held without bond on a new aggravated harassment charge. It is critically important that you comply with these orders. That includes absolutely no contact, even from inside the jail. It doesn't just apply if you bond out. It applies from this moment. Did you have any questions? What's your question?
What was I going to ask?
In any event, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. I prohibit you from having any lighters, lighter fluid, matches, or other sources of ignition, accelerants as well. There's absolutely a strong weight of evidence that an accelerant was used. The police had an accelerant dog hit on you personally, and the fire that is described, again, I've done this a long time, is not typically the fire anybody could get from leaving a single match in a car or even a book of matches. So please talk to your lawyer about the release conditions in your case. In the meantime, comply with these orders. If you are out of custody, do not violate electronic monitoring. Do not miss your court dates. And the electronic monitoring people would put a geofence around the entirety of the property that would give an alarm if you were to violate that. And I'll tell you, Mr. Celaya, that type of violation will have a warrant out for you within hours, And the best thing that's likely to happen is you could lose your bail money and get a higher bond set. The worst thing is that you catch a new case and you get held no bond. You need to take this case with extreme seriousness, Mr. Celaya. Certainly the court does. All right, if you're on step 2 left, you take your paperwork.
For sure, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. All right, Ana Moreno, will you go to the chair? And then Shania Clark. I need Ana Moreno and then Shania Clark, please. Oh, yes, sorry. And it did change, officer. It did change.
You changed the paperwork?
I did.
Okay, let me grab her.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we got to get those back because I added the child. Let me hit the preview before we, one second, ma'am, okay. A lot of moving parts there. Let me make sure I got everything.
Yeah, that's right there. Oh. Does he keep it? Yes. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's everything. Okay, thanks. All right, now can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Ana Moreno, 3871.
Okay, thank you. You're here on 2 things. One is a new case. One is a warrant out of the Pinal County Superior Court. You've been arrested here in Maricopa County for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Oh, just one second. Okay, sorry. I just realized something in Moreno's case. Give me a second. Oh, I just realized they didn't test that. All right. Sorry, I got a no PC, the drug charge in number 16, so you can kill the bail hearing. Yeah. Okay, hold on, ma'am. I just realized something. Reading it again, the police alleged you had a crystal-like substance, and then they booked you for a narcotic drug. So on these facts, so you were arrested and booked in for narcotic drug possession of Class 4 felony and drug paraphernalia possession of Class 6 felony. I can't find probable cause on the drug allegation right now because it appears that at a minimum they've booked you for the wrong type of drug. So there's not probable cause for those. There's definitely probable cause for obstruction by refusal to provide a true name. But I am going to set bail for you. You're about to get held no bond because I believe your Pinal County case is an open and pending felony. That means you come in on any new felonies, you get held no bond. But I didn't find probable cause for those, for the drugs because they booked you on the wrong kind. So, all right, I'm going to give you bond. All right, okay. In this case, all right, sorry. All right, that leaves you. The drug charges are not dismissed, by the way. I'm just ignoring them for purposes of release conditions, which works out substantially in your favor today. Your next court dates are going to be in the downtown Superior Court. I'm still sending you to Superior Court because you're accused of felony drug charges. I just didn't find probable cause to hold you no bond on those. Your status conference is going to be April 22nd at 8:30. Your preliminary hearing April 24th at 8:30. Those are in the downtown Superior Court here in Phoenix. You're also here on a failure to appear warrant in a pending felony case out of Pinal County in which you've been charged with promoting prison contraband, dangerous drug possession, and drug paraphernalia possession. Those are all felonies. This warrant was issued November 24th, 2025. Looking at the public access records, it appears it is an open pending case and you've forfeited a couple of bonds in the case. It also appears you already have a lawyer. Your arraignment hearing in Pinal County Superior Court is scheduled for April 21, 8:30 in the morning. In that court, the address is on your paperwork. I'm going to affirm their bond. It is $25,000. It is secured. I'm going to double check it wasn't cash. It is cash. Yeah. I'm going to set it as cash because I saw in the docket they allege that you've at least twice posted bond and forfeited that bond, meaning it didn't stop you from not appearing. Also, on the current arrest facts and your criminal history, it appears you may well have access to funds obtained by fraud or otherwise with which to post bail and flee. Yeah, sorry, I got to change it. I'm going to change it from secured to cash. I wanted to double check because it's not typical to get a secured bond after you forfeit bond, especially twice. And I actually know that judge in Pinal, and it was going to surprise me if he hadn't gone to cash, and he did go to cash. So it's $25,000 cash. That's the Pinal case. In the Maricopa case, I'm setting 500 secured. If you post that, you can. They'll just call Pinal to come get you, or if you bond out in Pinal's case, you'll be released. You've got your court date. It is April 21, 8:30 in the morning in the Pinal County Superior Court. Your first Maricopa hearing is the next day, April 22nd at 8:30. That makes your total bond $25,500. If you post it, comply with your release conditions. Don't miss your court date. If you step to your left, they're going to send out a copy of your paperwork. All right. Shania Clark, and then Mr. Coulter, Devontae Coulter, if you go to the chair. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth? What's your name, ma'am?
Shanae Clark.
All right. Do you need headphones? Are you having trouble hearing me?
I can hear you.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
1/11/89.
Okay, thank you. Could you please close the door for the echo? Thank you. There's an echo, and it'll be better if we close the door. Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, you're here on two matters. Is that better? Can you hear me better? Okay. You're here on two things. They are probation violation warrants. You're on probation for a Class 3 and a Class 4 felony, and there were 4th petitions to revoke your probation filed on April 7th. They allege, well, it's 5th petition in one. Sorry, I want to reprint number 24, please. All right, that's the Class 3 felony one, officers. I'm just reprinting it. All right, it's good to go. All right, so I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You'll get the petitions from your lawyer. They allege that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your intensive probation. All right, your next court date in the downtown probation court will be April 23rd, which is 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. In the Class 3 felony case, your bond is $5,000. It is secured. In the Class 4 felony case, it's $2,500 secured. That is $7,500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your release conditions and call your PO within 24 hours. The number is on your paperwork. You have no excuse for calling if you bond out. Everything's there. We've got the fresh one. If you'll step to your left, I'll give you the full set. Thank you. All right, Mr. Coulter? Yeah, you can wait right there. Thank you.
We'll bring it to you out there.
Okay.
And then Andrew Canfora, we go to the chair. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
How you doing? Devontae LaRon Coulter. My date of birth is 01/27/93.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a warrant from the Pinal County Superior Court, where you've been charged with unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony, and driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Looks like this warrant was issued February 13th of 2026. It is a failure to appear in the Superior Court there. All right. I believe they've already given you a lawyer. I will let them know they should if they haven't already. Your arraignment hearing in Pinal County is scheduled for April 21st, which is this coming Tuesday, 8:30 in the morning in the Pinal County Superior Court. I am affirming their bond. It is $3,500 secured with release conditions. Secured means you can use a bail bondsman. If you bond out, comply with all of your release conditions. Don't miss that hearing on the 21st. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you a copy.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Canfora, Andrew Canfora, and then Jose Garcia, we go to the chair. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Andrew Raymond Canfora, 3/11/83.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 2 probation warrants. Looks like you're on probation for 2 Class 4 felonies, and there were Petitions to revoke filed in both cases on March 20th. They allege that you violated terms 3, 5, and 7. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in both cases. Your next court date is going to be in the downtown Superior Court, in the probation court, 1 week from today, which is April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. The address is on your paperwork. I'm going to affirm the bonds that the probation judge gave you, which is in the older case, number 7 on the calendar, $1,000 secured. And in the 2024 case, the newer case, it is $750 secured for $1,750 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours. They've got your paperwork for you. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Garcia, Jose Garcia, and then Mariah Miller, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Jose Garcia, 12774.
All right, thank you. Mr. Garcia, you are here on 3 warrants. 2 are in your felony probation cases. The other one is a misdemeanor. In your probation cases, you're on probation for 2 different felonies, and on January 16th, there were new petitions to revoke your probation filed in both cases. Those petitions allege that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. Your next court date in probation court is 1 week from today, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. I'm going to affirm the bond set for you by the probation judge, and that's $500 secured per case for $1,000 total. You have written release conditions in those cases that do include calling your PO within 72 hours if you bond out. Now, the White Tank Justice Court also issued a warrant for you for failing to comply with your probation or sentencing terms in a misdemeanor threatening and intimidating case. This warrant was issued December 31st of last year. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in the White Tank Justice Court, which I think is Buckeye, but the address is on your paperwork. It will be this Tuesday, April 21st at 8:30 in the morning. It's actually in Avondale, and the address in Avondale will be on your paperwork. All right, and in this case, I'm just going to set a $50 bond. It is there to make you eligible for credit for time in custody in case you can't post your probation bond, and to make sure that they do take you to court on Tuesday if you're still in custody. So your total bond is $1,050 across all 3 cases. You have written release conditions in every case. If you bond out, be sure to follow those. Be sure to call your PO. If you step to your left, he has your paperwork. Thank you. All right, Mariah Miller?
Christian? There you go, sir.
Where's Mariah Miller?
She's coming.
Okay, thank you. And then after that will be Trey Brown, please. Right here at the podium, please, ma'am. Yeah, right there. Good morning, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Hi, Joe Miller.
Which date of birth?
March 1st, 1983.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant for failing to appear in a felony case in which you've been charged with resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, and failure to comply with a police officer, a Class 2 misdemeanor. This warrant was issued after you missed a status conference on March 3rd of this year. You already have a lawyer in the case. That status conference will now be held this coming on Superior Court, and your preliminary hearing will be April 24th at 8:30 in the same court. You have a bond now, which is $500 secured. You have to post it to be released again. If you do post the bond, you need to comply with all of your written release conditions and do not miss your court hearings. If you step to your left, he's got your paperwork for you. Thank you. Mr. Brown, Trey Brown. And after that will be Krista Joe. If she'll go to the chair, Krista Joe will be after Mr. Brown. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Trey Antonio Brown, 5597.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown, you're here on a warrant in, I believe it's a probation case. Yeah. It's for failing to appear at a non-witness violation hearing in your felony probation case. And a warrant was issued for your arrest back on September 18th of last year. You'll get a copy of the petition from your lawyer at the next court date. Your lawyer's already been appointed for you. Your non-witness violation hearing will now be 1 week from today, April 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. We're scheduling that together with a possible disposition hearing. Your bond in the case is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, you need to comply with your written release conditions. Call your PO within 72 hours. Even if this is a Prop 200 case, I don't know if it is, if the bond will only go up if you FTA. We can give you a $100,000 bond on a Prop 200 case. You need to go to court. It's not going away just because you ignore it. Everything's on your paperwork. Step to your left, you take a copy. Ms. Joe? And then Michael Ramirez Garcia, will you go to the chair? Where's Ms. Joe? Krista Joe? She's got a green hair and a dark hoodie. Right here at the podium, please. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Krista Joe, 1998. February 9, 1998.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Joe, you're here on a warrant from the Peoria City Court. It is in a disorderly conduct case. It's a misdemeanor. And looks like you failed to appear at your sentencing.
I was taking
last December.
Classes as well, CV classes too. That's right.
Your arraignment hearing is going to be in the Peoria City Court, April 21st at 9 in the morning. That's this Tuesday, and the address is on your paperwork.
Okay.
All right. You have a $250 secured appearance bond in this case and written release conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those. Do not miss your court date. If you don't bond out, there will be a lawyer there for you at the next court hearing to help you with the bond issue. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you a copy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that on May 28th, you said?
No, April 21st.
Okay.
It's this Tuesday. All right, Mr. Ramirez Garcia, if you come forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And after that, George Galindo Stendal, will you please go to the chair? I've got. You want to work on the phone? Okay, yeah. All right, hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Good morning. My name is Jose Miguel Ramirez Garcia. My date of birth is February 28, 1995.
Okay, so your first name is Jose and your middle name is Miguel?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to switch those on our paperwork, just so you know. The sheriff doesn't change their records for that, and you'll have to talk to your lawyer about getting it fixed downtown because our computers no longer talk to downtown, but be sure and talk to your lawyer about that because you don't want anybody accusing you of using it as an alias when it looks like it's clearly a mistake by the cops who booked you. All right, you got arrested for dangerous drug possession of Class 4 felony and drug paraphernalia possession of Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference, April 30th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, and your preliminary hearing will be May 4th at 8:30 in the same court. So I'm going to re-sign it, and just give us a second to reprint it so your name is in order, because he really doesn't have any criminal history. So, well, I know you do have some. No, I'm lying. You do have some. You're going to go to pretrial services, okay?
All right.
I want you to report into them. It's because it's a drug case. I'm willing to give you a chance there. Your priors are not for drugs, but
Yeah.
this is drugs.
Yeah,
right?
no,
So
like-
and by the way, I saw you never successfully did probation. So I'm
Yeah.
just trying to tell you, Mr. Ramirez, doesn't mean you can't safely be out of custody right now. You're innocent until proven guilty. I'm just trying to tell you, go to court.
Yeah.
This is a case where you could potentially go to prison because of your priors, and it's meth, it's not Prop 200. So you need to show up. People in your situation are often getting probation offers. You don't have to take an offer. You can go to trial. But you got 3 priors, and you did not do well on probation. You got revoked, and then you ended up in prison for 2 things. So you need to comply. It is just a drug case. I understand that. That's why I'm giving you a chance at pretrial services. Nobody's going to give you a second chance.
I'm
If
gonna
you
be
screw it
honest.
up, if you don't come, if you screw it up, you're going to end up with a bond. So anyway, use your brain, come to court, comply with your conditions, okay?
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
We just need to reprint it so your name reads out correctly. If you go have a seat, they'll bring it out to you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Are you ready for him? The headphones, or should I call him after?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Mr. Mosdale? And then after that, Adrian Luna, will you go to the chair? Okay, so I'm going to start by talking quietly.
You here?
Hopefully, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's got a volume, there's a volume button there if you need it. Thank you, officer.
All right.
Okay. All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
James Jeffrey Mosdell, 515-34.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mosdell. You're here on 2 warrants from El Centro Justice Court. Both of them are for failing to appear in third-degree criminal trespass cases. The first one, number 9 on the calendar, this warrant was issued August 18th of last year for an offense alleged on July 27th. And in number 10 on the calendar, this warrant was issued September 8th for an offense alleged on July 29th. So I'm going to give you a new court date. It's the same for both. It is April 30th, which is 2 weeks from today, exactly 2 weeks from today. 9:30 in the morning in the Downtown Justice Court, which is now called El Centro Justice Court. But it is right downtown, and the address is on your paperwork. It is a first failure to appear in both cases. So on this type of case, I'm willing to give you another chance to go to court on your own. You may have also picked up a case from yesterday. They didn't book you on a new charge in front of me. Do you know, did they accuse you of a new trespass yesterday?
No.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry about that. I wasn't even aware about the, I thought it was a citation. I didn't know.
Well, and it is, but then it names a court date. But so on most misdemeanors, I will give people a do-over if they missed a citation.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like a court date to most people. A lot of people blow it off, but they won't necessarily do it a second time. Once you get arrested, if you realize, oh, right, I could be arrested. As long as you go to court, then I never see those people again.
Exactly.
So now you know, now you've got your court date April 30th. It's going to be on your paperwork. Just don't lose your paperwork. Don't miss your court date. All will be well. On this type of charge, even if you're convicted, most people never do a single night in jail as long as they're going to court. So please just go to court. I don't love holding people on this type of case, which I think is mostly aggravated homelessness. Yes, I don't enjoy doing it, but if you won't go to court, I will give you at least a small bond. So please go to court. And in the meantime, stay away from wherever these 2 things happened last July. And I can't appoint a lawyer for you in this type of case, but you can go meet with the prosecutor directly and represent yourself. You always have the right to hire a lawyer if you can afford one.
Copy that.
All right. Thank you, sir. If you take your paperwork, you can hand them the headphones. Thank you. Ms. Luna, Adrian Luna, and then Mandy Mendoza. We go to the chair. Pardon me, or sir. Hi. Can I have your full name and date of birth, sir?
Adrian Luna, Dene, February 26, 2004.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for criminal damage, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, April 30th, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court with a preliminary hearing, May 4th at 8:30 in the morning, same court. All of that's going to be on your paperwork. And our staff didn't find any criminal history for you, nor did the police say that you had any. So as far as I can tell, and you don't have to correct me, this is your first arrest. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Do not go to that location. No contact with any witness there, which is at least one security guard. No contact. But you can't go there at all. Do you understand? All right.
Yes. What's going on right now?
No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. The police accuse you of being an alcoholic. I don't know. Being drunk is consistent with what is alleged against you, but I don't know. I'm not going to make you alcohol test right now on just that alone. But I am prohibiting alcohol. Do not drink while this case is pending. Nobody has a constitutional right to drink. Also, I am concerned about judgment and the potential for violence. So no weapons while the case is pending. No deadly weapons. That's firearms and knives designed for killing people. All right, everything's going to be on your paperwork. Will you comply with those orders and come to court?
Yes.
Okay, then I did give you a lawyer. You meet with your lawyer in 2 weeks, okay?
Okay.
Take your paperwork. You'll be released soon. Well, 4 to 6 hours. All righty. Mandy Mendoza. And then Stephen Matot will you go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Mandy Mendoza, April 3rd, 2007.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from Peoria City Court in a shoplifting case. It is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The warrant went out April 14th of 2026. It looks like the original offense date was July 4th of 2025. This is listed as an initial arrest warrant, which means they couldn't find you. Like they probably tried to mail something and it came back undelivered. So you haven't missed any court dates in this case. I'm going to give you one. Don't miss it. It's May 5th, 9 in the morning in the Peoria City Court. And then I'm planning to release you. Will you go to court and comply with my orders, which include things like don't go to the scene of the alleged shoplifting and no contact with any employees there? Will you do all of those things?
Yeah.
All right, then you are released. Take your paperwork. Don't miss your court date or this is going to happen again.
Okay. Also, do you know who I'll be able to contact to get my car?
Your car's not at this store. I don't know where your car is.
It got impounded.
Oh, okay. When you get out, you're going to need to just Google Department of Public Safety property or car impound. It'll come right up on Google. And you got to call them, and they'll give you instructions. They'll tell you where to go. It's entirely possible, unless they did like a 30-day impound for a different type of offense, which they don't say they did. As far as you know, did they just impound it so they didn't have to leave it at the side of the road?
I'm not sure.
Because sometimes there's offenses like drunk driving or driving unsuspended where it's a mandatory 30-day impound.
Yeah.
I don't know if they accused you of that. Did they? I don't
No,
care. I'm still
no.
releasing you. Like, you can be honest.
No.
Okay. Well, then if it's just impounded because they didn't want to leave it by the side of the road, then yeah, you can probably go get it as soon as you're able, and they might charge you impound and towing fees. But they will tell you when you call them.
Okay.
So you just have to look up Department of Public Safety, impound, and go from there. Good luck there.
Okay,
You step to
thank
your left
you.
to get your paperwork. All right, Stephen Matat, will you go to the chair? And then Davion Williams, will you please, you're after him. You can just whoever should go to the chair. I sure can have your full name and date of birth.
Stephen Kelly Matat, February 9th, 1977.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Matat, you were here on a very, very old warrant from the, it's a justice court. The names have changed. Now we call it the White Tank Justice Court. Probably when you were there, it was called the Buckeye Justice Court.
Uh-huh.
So, or Estrella Mountain, whatever. But now it is White Tank. Okay. And because, as you know, you've been convicted of DUI back from 2003. This warrant went out June 10th of 2010. And so I did look at your background case card to see that you paid all your money, but you've never proved to them that you did your time. And there's a note in here from like 2016 where they said you were to do the time in California and bring proof. So, definitively 24 hours of confinement in the state of California, blah, blah, blah. And then just nothing. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to release you. Go talk to them. I doubt you're going to be in this jail long enough for it to count as your consecutive 24 hours if you don't already have it. Maybe, but I don't think so because it looks like you didn't get booked in until the wee hours of this morning, and I do think you're going to be released before the 24-hour mark. So I'm going to release you on the theory that you don't enjoy being arrested on a 16-year-old warrant, and you realize that you will catch a brand new one if you don't go on May 5th at 9:30.
Can I take care of that prior?
You can call them if they will let you, yes.
Okay.
And what I tell people is if they do, because a lot of them will have walk-in days when you say, hey, I've already been convicted, I have this hearing on a warrant, can I come early? A lot of them have walk-in days. If you do, I always advise people make triple sure you've got paperwork that shows they got rid of the May 5th court date. Because I wouldn't put it, I've seen it where they forget to clear off that second date. Then when you're not there, they don't look up your case. They just go, where's this Matat guy? Okay, issue a warrant. And so they don't cross-check it. So I always tell people, if you end up going early, make triple sure that they have cleared the May 5th court date that I'm giving you.
Okay.
So May 5th at 9:30, and this is one where, you paid all of your money. It strongly indicates to me that, you're more likely to go. Also, I would think most people would not like to have this ugly surprise again in, I can't do math, 2042.
No.
So if you'll take your paperwork, you'll be released in a few hours. Don't miss your court date. Give them a call and ask them when you can come in earlier or move the date.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And Mr. Williams, Davion Williams. I think it would be 2042. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Davion Williams, 0506-2000.
Thank you. You're here on 2 warrants, one from Maricopa County, one from another county, I forget somewhere, wherever mayor is. All right, here in Maricopa County, the East Mesa Justice Court put out a warrant for you in a driving on suspended license case. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. This warrant went out, the facts is bad, but sometime in September of last year for an offense alleged to have occurred on August 13th of last year. I'm going to give you an arraignment hearing in the East Mesa Justice Court, May the 6th at 9 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. Now, the Mayor Justice Court in Yavapai County put out a warrant for you on February 13th, 2026 for failing to appear in a driving on suspended license case. And, yeah, okay, so that one is going to be next week. Ooh, it's quick. It's Tuesday, April 21st at 8:30 in the morning up in Yavapai County. And the address is going to be on your paperwork. Now, it's the first warrant in each of these 2 cases. Sometimes, even when misdemeanor warrants are in other counties, depending on what they are, we'll give people a bond because we need you to go to another county, and you're showing us that you won't. Mr. Williams, it's our first failure to appear in both. I'm going to give you a do-over and hope that you grow a clue and that you go. Or if you can't get there on the 21st, you can call them. You have the power of the telephone. You got tomorrow and Monday to call them and say, I can't get up to mayor on Tuesday. Can I please get a new court date? You got to call them before the warrant goes out. Because then, I mean, some of them will deal with you even after it goes out, but there's no guarantee. And the police allege, I'm not asking you to incriminate yourself. You were driving again yesterday. So, Mr. Williams, you need to do the math. You blow off court, you don't show up. That leads to jail terms just for driving on a suspended license, which is a regulatory crime. It's not a bad person crime. It's just, it is against the law. And if you don't stop, you'll have so many fines and fees racked up, you won't have a license for 20 years. And that is a terrible trick bag to be in. So I'm just trying to give you free life advice. It's not legal advice. Be smart. Don't blow this off. You're old enough to know that just because you ignore something like this, it does not go away. That gentleman got arrested on a 16-year-old warrant in a misdemeanor traffic case.
Yeah.
Do you want to be arrested in 2042 for this? I seriously doubt it. Just go to court, okay? I will absolutely hold you on a bond. If I see the name of anybody that works at this jail on your case history, and I see that we OR'd you, you're getting a bond. It means you're not paying attention.
Okay.
So please go. I don't like holding people on those bonds, but I will do it. Step to your left, take your paperwork.
I just want to discuss. I'm driving and stuff like more frequently.
Well, don't say that again because that's incriminating.
No. Yeah. Well, I happen to be doing that because I have me and my family just had two more kids. I have a 1-year-old and a 5-month-old.
Mr. Williams, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Listen. It's illegal every time you do it. That's what I'm telling you. Don't go running around announcing that. Yeah. It's illegal every time you do it. And this hamster wheel is not going to stop until you get off it for a while. So I can't give you any advice or help. I'm sorry that public transportation is terrible in our town. All I can tell you, Mr. Williams, is if you go to court, we'll keep releasing you in these kinds of cases. If you go to court, I don't think you're a public menace. But if you won't go to court, you're going to get at least a small bond. You have to show up. Talk to the prosecutor. Talk to the judge. You know, if you can't afford a lawyer, I can't appoint one for you in this kind of case, unless the state asks for jail time, in which case these justice courts will give you a lawyer. Go see what they may be able to work with you on. If you don't have transportation to Yavapai, you need to call the mayor justice court and ask for a continuance. Ask for a new court date. Don't just blow it off. If you blow it off, you get the ugly surprise.
Yeah.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you. There you go.
Okay, so I've got one house call, and then we'll finish up with our last case. And so, officer, has anybody talked to Miranda Lemon? I was kind of hoping she might be in a more, a better state to come to court. Has anybody talked to her, like, how she seems? Okay, if she's able to come to court, I think that would be useful in her case. If she's not, I trust you. But I think she may have been intoxicated when she got put in there. And so many people in that situation are later okay to come to court, and I do kind of want to assess her if I can.
Have you already seen, George Galindo?
No, did I miss somebody? Whoopsies. Where's George Galindo?
He's coming up right now.
Okay, sorry, I forgot you. I did not. Hi, sir, right here.
Safe cell 10.
Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
George Galindo Stano, 072698.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a public defender for you. Your next court date will be a status conference, April 30th at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from today. Preliminary hearing, May 4th at 8:30 in the morning. Those are going to be in downtown Phoenix, and the address is on your paperwork. If I release you, will you go to those court hearings and comply with your conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you are released. Don't possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, don't drive without a valid license, and come to court, okay? He's got your paperwork for you. Good luck. Yes, sir.
For a different case, I had a criminal damage, and it said I had a bond of $250.
Oh, did you get a bond in Phoenix today?
Yes, he had a Phoenix court as well.
Oh, thanks. So, Mr. Galindo, do you think you're going to be able to post Phoenix's bond, or do you not have the money?
I believe I can contact my dad.
Okay, because I can't change Phoenix's order for you. I can't get rid of their bond. It'll have to be paid, but I'm still going to release you in my case, because the court date I gave you is not for 2 weeks. So if your dad can get you bonded out in the Phoenix case, then you'll be out. Just don't lose the paperwork that he gives you. It's going to be it's going to be white colored and yellow colored. The Phoenix paperwork is pink. Don't lose that paperwork, because when you get out, it tells you where to go in 2 weeks. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a case manager?
They're gonna bring her?
No, not yet.
I
Okay.
don't think so.
So sometimes folks in your situation have a case manager. Okay, but your dad helps you get to places and stuff. Okay. Well, hopefully he can help you get to court in 2 weeks. Just don't lose that paperwork, or you will definitely catch a warrant if you don't go to the court hearing, okay? But if you have a good shot at posting that bail, I'm going to leave it as it is. Hopefully your court date in Phoenix is fairly soon. It's probably before the one I just gave you. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to add bond to you.
Yeah.
In my case. Okay. Sounds good. If you step through that, to get your paperwork.
All right. Thank you so much.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, they're gonna bring her into the courtroom.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
All righty, so we can go ahead with our last one, I think, after we move some traffic. Yeah, she's got them all. That's great, good. Because it's one of those cases where it would be useful to talk in person. All right, and Mr. Saginski, are you back there? Okay, here he is. All right, and are you now the last person there? Nobody else is out there? Okay, go ahead. That's just for your safety. All right, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Bradley Thomas Saginski, January 6, 1997.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Saginski, you're here on a new case. You got booked in, and then the police came and amended your charges. Originally got booked in on child sex trafficking as a Class 2 felony, but the subsection that they booked you under initially required indication that a person knew or should have known that the victim was under the age of 18. They did not provide any indication of that in the paperwork, and so to avoid the court finding no probable cause in your case, they rebooked you on a lower charge, same statute. It's sex trafficking with a minor 15 to 17 years of age. It does not require the showing, which would make it a strict liability offense. You could talk to your lawyer about that, but it means actually engaging in prostitution with a person who is, in fact, under 18, not any direct showing of knowledge listed in that subsection. And that makes it a Class 5 felony. So I do find probable cause for that on these facts, that Class 5 felony. I don't know if they told you they had rebooked you. I'm not sure how that actually works back there. The police came and they amended the allegation against you. So I am not appointing a lawyer for you because you told pretrial that you intend to hire one. Does that remain true?
I still can't get a hold of one, so.
But once you get out, is that what you intend to do? I'm
Depends on what my next steps are. I guess I'm getting all right. Where I go from here today.
And it sounds like You did the entire financial interview, right?
Oh, okay.
You did that, you completed the financial interview. Did you sign the financial affidavit?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you did, okay. All right, and so, you own a car that's paid off. Do you own a house?
I rent, and I don't own a car that's paid off either.
Oh, okay, it's like F, oh, I see. They just didn't list what your debt was. They listed the F-350. Okay, all right, I am going to appoint a lawyer for you. Let's reprint for Mr. Saginski. I am going to appoint a lawyer for you. These types of cases can be complicated and they can be expensive to defend. And so on your affidavit, I believe it's safest to appoint a lawyer for you. Now, you still have the right to hire a lawyer of your choosing if you can. So if you do, the public defender's office will happily withdraw. I just want you to have a lawyer in place in the event you're not able to find a lawyer that you want to pay for.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to set a status conference for you April 30th, which is 2 weeks from now at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 4th at 8:30 in the morning. Those are going to be in the downtown Superior Court. And the county attorney did not amend their recommendation. They stuck with their earlier recommendation, which I already believed was too high on these facts. I wish they had amended their recommendation, but on these facts, you also appear, I think, to have no criminal history, is my recollection. You don't have to correct me. We did not find any for you, and the cops didn't list any for you. So I'm going to assume it's your first arrest. And I'm going to do the minimum, which is an ankle monitor. Anybody who comes in on a sex crime felony must be on an ankle monitor. I can't give you less than an ankle monitor, but I'm not going to make you post a bond on these facts as a first allegation. So you do have to be fitted with the ankle monitor. You have to come to court. And I did give you a lawyer. Do not go to the scene of the alleged crime, and that'd be wherever they alleged, I think it was in or around GCU, plus wherever they arrested you. Just don't go anywhere near that. No contact with the alleged victim. That's the young woman involved. She is a victim, I believe, under the law in this type of case. No contact with the officers who arrest you. Everything else is standard. Will you comply with those conditions and come to court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you're local, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because otherwise the ankle monitoring becomes a problem.
I'm in Surprise.
Okay.
Still local, I guess.
Yes, you do have to be fitted with the ankle monitor. So just don't miss your court dates. Don't violate the electronic monitoring program. They have the right to set a curfew for you. They'll decide how they want to handle it. We do commonly give them that discretion. They'll talk to you about, like, where do you work? What are the kinds of places you have to go? Do you have, what is your stuff? So talk to them. They'll figure all of that out with you, and you should have the ankle monitor fitted, hopefully, by not later than dinner time and maybe even considerably early. But most likely you will sleep in your own bed tonight. So just don't violate that program. Don't miss court. The steps you'll have to get paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Just have a seat to the left.
All right, and then Ms. Lemon, I thought I saw somebody come in. Okay, here she comes. Okay, great. I'm going to take off the house call flag. All right, right here, ma'am. Hi, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Miranda Fair Lemon, date of birth 8/14/92.
Okay, thanks. Ma'am, you got booked in for aggravated assault against a person bound, restrained, or otherwise unable to resist. That's a Class 6 felony. Threatening and intimidating, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage as a Class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Now, I'm going to give you your new court dates in a moment. I'm really glad that you were able to come to court, because initially I was told I would have to come see you because you were on a suicide watch back in the jail. It's my perception, reading this, that you may, and you don't have to comment on this, that you may have been heavily intoxicated at the time that you were put in that safe cell. Many people who are initially, they're feeling better and more under control enough to come to court and talk to the judge. Your case is very borderline to me in terms of what to do. The state recommended bond for you, $25,000 secured, because you're accused of assaulting the guard at the bar and then physically assaulting another arrestee while in the back of a transport van while that person was handcuffed. And what is described, I'm just saying what is described, is a very violent and unstable person. And they go into some detail about that. And so I'm concerned about who you are and where you might be if I were to release you on some basis other than a bond. They asked for $25,000. So you didn't get an interview because you were in the isolation cell. You don't have to answer my questions, but it might be helpful for me to know something about you, like, where are you from?
Your Honor, I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Where are you living now?
I live in Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay. For how long? How long have you been here?
I've been here 10 years. I'm going through a really rough time right now. I have a lot of stress at my job. I work in healthcare. I understand that you don't know me, but I promise you, I'm not a bad person. I just got way too heavily intoxicated. I promise you, I'm not a threat.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Banner Health.
Okay. What do you do for them?
I'm an ultrasound technologist in the emergency room.
Okay. That's a serious job.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I do see a history of alcohol use for you. I see 2022, you took an extreme DUI.
Yes.
And then in Phoenix Municipal Court in 2023, this may be the same.
It's the same one, Your Honor, but yes, it was a DUI. Okay. And I have been trying to work on my alcohol, and I need to, because this is not me.
Okay, then, all right. Then what I'm going to do, ma'am, because you don't have any violent history, but what they describe, and you are innocent until proven guilty, though it does not suggest a strong amount of mental stability and or a serious alcohol problem. But I'm going to release you. I'm not going to put you on an ankle monitor. I'm going to make you alcohol test for us.
Okay.
And maybe that will help you.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to release you. I'm going to give you a status conference April 30th, which is 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing May 4th at 8:30. The ankle monitor would have been to keep you away from that bar or something, but I am prohibiting you, do not go to that bar.
I'm not going to go anywhere near a bar or alcohol, Your Honor. I can promise you that.
Excellent. No contact with any alleged victim, which in this case would count the bar owner and the other woman in the transport van. It's unlikely at this moment that you know who that is. Eventually, you'll get information about who that is, unless you do know, in which case.
I was just on the window. I wasn't trying to assault her.
Okay, and you're innocent until proven guilty.
Okay.
I'm releasing you. I'm just saying, don't have any contact with her, which should be easy if you have no idea.
I don't know who she is. Yeah.
You'll get that kind of information from your lawyer. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything else is going to be on your paperwork. Will you, and then you have to alcohol test. Will you comply with that and come to court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then I'm going to release you, and they're going to give you an envelope that tells you where to call after you get out. You call pretrial, and they'll set up the alcohol testing and give you instructions. It's my hope you should be able to be sleeping in your own bed tonight, but release is very slow. Try to be patient.
Okay.
Okay, it's much slower than people think.
Okay.
All right, if you step to your left, we've got to get it printed up. We'll send it out for you. Okay. All right, good luck, man. All right. Yeah, sorry. Okay. All right, thank you, guys. Thank them in the back, too. That was very helpful. I appreciate it. All right, then we're going to stand in recess until 2 p.m.